World Day Against Child Labor, held annually on June 12, is an international day to raise awareness and prompt action to stop child labor in all its forms. The International Labour Organization launched the first World Day Against Child Labor in 2002 as a way to highlight the plight of these children. The day is intended to serve as a catalyst for the growing worldwide movement against child labor and provide an opportunity to gain support from governments, civil society, schools, youth and women's groups, as well as the media in the campaign against child labor. Child labor is the employment of children in any work that deprives children of their childhood, interferes with their ability to attend regular school, and that is mentally, physically, socially, or morally dangerous and harmful. Therefore, the day seeks to alert the public to the fact that many children are forced to work every day when they should be in school to learn and to build a better future for themselves and their families. The World Day Against Child Labor aims to promote the right of all children to be protected from child exploitation and other violations of their fundamental human rights, as well as combat all types of child labor. Child labor is rampant in many developing countries. Even in industrialized nations, many children are forced to work. According to figures available on the United Nations website, approximately 152 million children have been pushed into child labor. Out of the 152 million, around 72 million are involved in hazardous work. The data also reveals that around 48% victims of child labor are aged between 5 to 11 years old, 28% are aged between 12 to 14 years old, and the remaining 24% fall in the 15 to 17 years bracket. This year's World Day Against Child Labor focuses on action taken for the 2021 International Year for the Elimination of Child Labor, and will also focus on efforts to drive progress during the International Year, with a week of action raising the voices of International Labour Organization constituents and the many partners engaged in the struggle against child labor in all regions of the world.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayomi Sale. And drum roll. We have to do drum roll for her. Mary that went a wall. Welcome, Mary. How are you?
I'm good. Welcome. Exhausted.
I know. You look like today. Today is that day.
It's crazy. Crazy, but and the heat is not making
Oh.
it. Yeah. The sun is hot.
So literally, right after my morning workout this morning, the way I was sweating, you would think that there was.
You did so much workout, like.
Do you understand? It was just a 30-minute workout. But if you see this sweat, even after I'd had my shower, like I was still dripping. Literally, I had to jump quickly into the car because the AC was not even cooling at all. I said, The workout was melting a lot of things in my system. My darling, in the right places. I saw one of my, I'll call her friend, she's an actress. I sent her a private WhatsApp chat. I said, the way your body is looking, please show me the way. She said, the way is exercise. I said, you count me out. Count me out. It is where. How are you, Dee? How was your night and how was the day today?
It was okay. It was okay. I can't wait for the day to be over.
Literally, my eyes literally. If you see me sleep, let me give advance notice because I'm extremely exhausted.
We got this.
We got it. We came for you. Came for Mary's jugular.
They didn't come for me.
We came for Mary's jugular on today's topic. I here's what we found first of all as today's quote. It is illegal, to price or
Continue.
wait now.
You're thinking
Denominate the cost of any product or service, visible or invincible, in any foreign currency. See, I'm waking up already. In Nigeria, and no business offer or acceptance should be consummated in Nigeria in any currency other than the naira. And this was from the Central Bank of Nigeria.
It's only that part of the law that it's alright.
She's prepared for us.
She's very prepared.
Alright, so in case you're wondering, right, in a video that we saw today that was trending online, a designer justifies why she charges her customers in dollars in Nigeria, and this has elicited a lot of reactions, especially in reference to what impact this act would have on further devaluing the naira. So it's our ladies' night out. Adiola, Mary, and I, of course, as you see, are here to discuss the topic. Should we normalize businesses charging foreign currencies within Nigeria? That's the question. Of course, when we open our phone lines today, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. But first, let's go on a break. When we come back, we'll see what we found in today's news.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
All right, you're still watching Ways now. International Girls' Day is celebrated annually on November 14th. It was created by Kappa Delta sorority to celebrate girls and young women, combat harmful stereotypes about how girls are supposed to look and act, and encourage girls to be unapologetically themselves. So happy International Girl Day. All of una, you see, this is why they.
Honestly,
yeah?
this is like the second or third one.
Una know they let the men, the boys breathe.
We can't let them breathe. So, because it's so funny, because I woke up this morning and the first song I wanted to listen to was Flawless by Beyonce, the one that has the Chimamanda thing, and she made so much sense, and I didn't even know it was the girl child day. So, shout out to all girls, you know.
You're such a girly girl.
Yeah.
She is. That's because of you.
Yeah.
You know, it's so interesting that I did not understand that girls and women were so important and so special. You understand? Because my mom wanted a boy. when I showed up, I was sick. And my sisters, they're all girls. For some strange reason, we were raised to be all these girly. Even when we rejected it, when she would buy all those pinky things. I'm not the one. Give me my jeans and my t-shirt. I'm good to go. So when I see people that are very girly, I say, nice, but I'm not that person.
But am I girly?
You are. It's your question.
Did she just ask?
Wait, so what qualifies that? Would you say, like, what would make you think that I'm girly?
It's so I think to a large extent it's your mannerisms, your soft.
Yeah, so and that's also part of like
stereotype.
The stereotype.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right.
Said that
you're right.
If a gender is soft, so definitely it has to be the female.
No, not really, because we have a lot of soft men as well.
But you see, we think them weak when they're soft.
Yes.
You say, oh, that bolo. You understand? That's what we qualify a soft guy. And I'm not even very sure that that's even wrong. Sometimes guys can just get more in tune with their feminine side.
They're effeminate, yeah. They're effeminate, they do.
Yeah, why the
Me, I'm a very tomboy.
Why the stereotype?
I don't know.
I think the world just
But I don't know, but I think so. Let me explain how I see the female gender, right? You're very beautifully crafted as a woman.
Yes.
And like it was really specific. God took his time. I mean, if you look at the physique of a woman, all her features, I mean, it's really so. I learned that even though I was raised and I grew up a tomboy, right? But when I started embracing my feminine side, it was really, really interesting because now I get to do all the, so what I can, and the good thing about me, I can switch. I can be the and I can do the girly, do like a princess and a queen and all of that. But I can't see you do the other side of the town. you're permanently on one side. But I get you. There are stereotypes. No, but it's good.
I like it.
It is
It's good. It works for you. And you see, that's a beautiful thing about. I say to people, understand your strength and embrace it, right? Some people, right, they have a smile that can melt any wicked heart. So, like, literally, they walk into the room.
Mary does.
Yeah, and she does. She has a beautiful smile. So you walk into the room, and somebody just gives you this, it's, oh my God, she's melted. They will say, come and take my life savings.
No, but you see,
I wish I could be like that.
I actually think the world is what has made women tough. Women generally
are meant to be. Yeah, if you leave me,
soft-spoken, just soft, you have this delicate thing. Just that's the way a woman is built. But again, a lot of things happen that forces you to find that.
Interesting. I was listening to one podcast, and the lady said that she can switch. She can become the alpha, and she can become the very, very girly, quiet, soft, nothing. But the truth is, when a woman feels threatened, like she feels like maybe her comfort or whatever is being, so literally that energy comes out from inside. I said, if you leave me, I don't taste the less soft life. I can literally just be sitting down, lounging. Somebody will be giving me grapes, breakfast in bed. I can do all of that.
You can do that all day now.
Auntie, with what I've seen, I can do that all day. I'll go to the swimming pool, I'll go to the gym, they'll bring a masseuse, give me a personal trainer. I can do all of those things, but hey, life actually will wake you up to the reality. All right, ladies, what did we find in the news?
Okay, so this was a sad one for me. Benue woman kills 11-month-old daughter.
Oh, wow.
Very sad. So initially she had said that the baby had a burning fever and died overnight, and then she was actually caught because the neighbors saw her trying to bury the child in the morning. So they asked questions, so she kept saying, oh no, the baby died during the night, until the police came, and then she was forced to confess, and then she said that it was because the boy that impregnated her abandoned her, and she just can't cope anymore. So she just poisoned the baby. It's just sad, honestly. I wish there would be safe spaces for people like this, young people.
No, but there are everywhere.
Where? If there are, people don't know.
There are
Like,
everywhere.
where you have a safe space.
Literally, you can go to a
just
church.
go and have your baby.
You don't get it. Literally, you can go to a church or a mosque or anywhere. Just abandon the child there and just run away.
It's just so sad.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, there are other
You can't
options.
do that now in Nigeria. They will drag you back. On whose account?
No, but they will take. So if you leave the child there, they will take the child to an orphanage.
Sister.
That's why there are orphanages. Do you know that?
Do you know the
to
drama
adopt a child in this country,
in Nigeria,
and this
is
is
one
the
of the hardest to adopt a child in this country. It's so hard
That's sad.
to adopt a
For
child.
her to have carried a child for 9 months,
Exactly. And
taking care of the child up until how many months?
11 months.
11 months, like almost a year.
The crazy thing is, she only sees the pain now.
She's not seeing.
She's not seeing this. This is a trauma. This is a broken person waiting to happen in a couple of
And
years.
she had just experienced. Oh, sad. Very
It's
sad.
Yeah.
Mary, your story.
I have a video from Mercy Johnson
What was she saying?
complaining why that she doesn't see the reason why exchange rates is going to affect the cost of chicken.
Is it the chicken or the egg?
The eggs, rather.
Yeah.
Can they pay it?
I think they'll try to pull it out. So I was trying to explain to Mary.
Yeah, cost of feed and all of that.
As you see this life right now.
Yes.
Eh?
So everything is gonna go up.
Oh, is that the video? So I think we should just take a listen.
I get confused. So I think I asked them. Now this egg now they say dollar don't go up, so egg don't cost. If I will lay this egg, they are abroad in Nigeria. You understand what I wasn't the bother me? If I will lay this egg now, they are abroad. Now that's $100 they take cheap the fowl come or the fowl in Nigeria. So what's it concern the fowl? Come get the leg, come lay egg with dollar, look for increase. A very important question. I never know. Because when they catch me, I say, make I drink tea. I say, give me bread. They say, flour don't cost, bread don't cost. Give me egg too. They say, dollar don't go up, egg don't cost. So this particular fowl now, where this egg, they are abroad. If I ask, they are abroad. Your mother, they are abroad.
Mary Oma Williams. So you will open your eye and say egg in dollars, have you?
But dollar is not a legal tender now, so what?
No. So let me explain. So I was trying to say that because for anybody that does either as a farmer, whether animal husbandry or crop or whatever, everything you do right now is tied to the dollar.
Yeah.
So if you want to get fertilizers for the chicken, if you want to get the feed, so some people even get byproducts from farmers. So for instance, we grow corn for the nearby poultries as well. Mm-hmm. The corn seedlings is gotten in dollars. Mm-hmm. The things like chemicals to treat the pesticides.
So change legal tender.
I'm just explaining to you that
No,
she's talking about cost now. She's saying why is the egg? That is the egg. Is the chicken?
Why the price
Is the chicken? Is the chicken coming from from abroad? But you need to feed the chicken for the chicken to be able to produce food. And some of the drugs that they feed chicken or the egg, right? So my sister,
and then there is
dollar they affect everything. Even ewedu, ewedu, ugu, dollar they affect that.
They'll buy fuel, they'll transport from farm.
Everything.
It's a ripple effect.
It's a ripple effect. It affects.
Yeah.
So mine is actually a very interesting story. They can play it as an essay. Wait, now they come for your topic. Were you trying to use this topic to escape?
She was trying.
It's not going to happen.
She was trying.
So the governor-elect of Kogi State, he said he don't drink Gary since the kingdom come. He said the Gary nice save him as secondary school. Say he will continue to drink Gary forever and ever. I like this story, and I saw it. I was just
pepper soup guy.
The Gary looked interesting, Sha. It looked like there was pepper soup inside. I mean, was there Milo or something?
Are you sure this is Gary?
I'm just.
But now Gary ain't the right for this thing, Sha. Usman Ododo, we hate it. But the thing is, right? I take Ijebu Gary and granite.
It's the best.
Almost like literally. In fact, I had to stop myself this week because every day I just have it by the fridge in my office. I have Gary there. I have Ijebu Gary. I have.
Would you be bloated?
No.
Okay, me, I drink Gary with milk.
No, I don't drink. That's the thing. I don't know how to take Gary and milk. Right? So for me, right, there are some things that are just like, it's us. This is our brand.
I'm going to drink Gary when I go.
Eh?
I'm going to drink Gary when I go.
Wait. When you come to my office or when you grow up?
When I go home now.
When you go, my sister. And you know have some ice cubes. You know, put some nuts. You know. You get my point. Like literally, sometimes I put some almonds in it. You know,
come on, let's
spice it up, baby.
Give it another.
So please, Governor, don't do. I mean, Governor elect. We hear you. You're doing well. And I think you should promote the brand Nigeria. Gary is our brand, right? Drinking of Gary and granite is our brand.
But
so
it's very well promoted.
Yes, it is. No, but I'm saying that when we
suffering meal.
Yeah, it's not a suffer meal, honestly. So I mean,
even expensive.
By choice, I mean they drink my Gary, and they buy the very clean Ijebu. Not the one we see they pour water like 50 times before they clean. I love it.
Oh, you've not got.
I actually soak yellow Gary.
And
I filter my Gary before I drink.
Well, I filter.
So you should try Ijebu Gary. That is clean.
I can't.
It's too
it's the sour you don't like.
I just don't.
It's too fermented.
I can't eat it as Eba.
No, you can't do Ijebu as Gary as Eba.
I don't like anything about Ijebu.
No, it's too. For me, I can take it. I'm saying people don't like it. I do it. No, funny enough, I eat Ijebu Gary. See, anyhow the Ijebu is, if it is Ebao, as long as it's Ijebu, I take it. I really don't, because from Edo State, where we come from, it is red Gary, that's our brand.
Yes.
But I don't particularly like, it's too starchy. Yeah. So when I went to the university in Delta State, right, and I was first introduced to the, like literally, you go to chew Eba, you go be like saying a chewing gum with the chew. So the starch was just too much for me. You know, the Ijebu Gary has very little starch.
Fermented.
Thank you, very little starch. So for me, that is
good for your gut.
So that doesn't give me all the bloats and all of
fermented
that.
Food.
See the way they talk Gary matter. If you like say some people go so Gary like this as they talk, but honestly, I feel like but let me leave it till tomorrow because I've passed my time for eating. Tomorrow afternoon it will be a date. Ice block, Ijebu, some cubes of sugar. Oh Lord have mercy. But I like the story when I saw it. I said today is feel good day, but we are coming for Mary. After the show, stay with us. We'll be right back.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Understand. That's why sometimes when people start posting on social media saying, oh, all these Nigerian businesses that will be charging in pounds and dollars, I wonder if it's not the same country that we are. I'll just always look at them and be like, maybe you should start a business first before you open your mouth and talk. Yeah. Because by the time you pay $1,500 for fabric would be say before if you buy like $300K, right, which is like $300. Right. Now you're paying $1,500, knowing what in Naira they talk.
Yes.
So you can't expect me, make I no charge for dollars. How? China Naira, I won't charge you. Do you understand? That's why sometimes
I'm gonna be charging in dollars. So allowing businesses to charge foreign currencies within Nigeria has its pros and cons, such as the potential for increased competition, foreign investment, and ease of purchasing foreign goods and services. It could also increase the potential for higher prices, right, for Nigerian consumers, decrease the value of the Nigerian naira, and increase the difficulty for Nigerian businesses to compete domestically. Now, the question of whether businesses should be allowed to charge foreign currencies within Nigeria needs to be made on a case-by-case basis, considering all the potential factors. So today we're asking, should we normalize, businesses charging foreign currencies within Nigeria? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-8038-4663. Mary Oma Williams. I must call your full name. Why are you charging people goods and services in foreign currency?
In dollars, yeah. However, you can pay. We accept naira. We haven't said that we don't accept naira. I think the clause. I was going to read out something, a statement from a Templars lawyer that was put out there concerning the clause. It's not that we do not accept naira. We just retail our prices in dollars. However, based on the conversion rates, we convert for you and we take your naira.
Based on the current rate?
Yes.
So do you use the black market rate or you use the CBN rate?
We use inflow rates because that is how we're able to pay our suppliers. So that's the rates that we use. Whatever the inflow rate is, our management advises, and then we go ahead and use that. So, I mean, that also shields us from inflation in terms of if you know something is priced at $100, if you come next tomorrow, it's still going to be $100. We're not increasing prices based on...
so it's just the naira,
your currency value that will determine how much it will be.
Yes.
But should that be? Let me come to you, Diola.
Well,
should we have businesses? Because this is not unique to just, I'm just teasing Mary. But the truth is, I know some properties in Ikoyi, some properties within Eco Atlantic, some property sellers now, it's not even Eko anywhere, the ones in Ekpe. A lot of, because most of the people that are selling properties now, they sell more to diasporans. So a lot of these property people, most of them are collecting hard currency.
Of course.
And, and they would state the same clear fact that it is not our problem is the dancing dollar. Today is here, tomorrow is there. So we have a fixed price. So whatever the dollar comes to meet you at, it is your price. But this is the fixed rate. If we say we're selling this property for $10,000, it is $10,000. So if your dollar today is 10,000 naira, fine. If it is 1 million naira tomorrow, fine. But this is our fixed rate. But do you think that should be?
Okay, so sorry to cut you. I have an issue with that. Now, I get that certain goods and services, especially if you're dealing with imports, you're bringing things because of how you're buying, you're spending FX. Do you understand? But if you're doing local services in terms of you want to sell a house. Did you import the house from diaspora?
But so...
As long as you're using local resources.
No, because those houses, the finishing, the things that they are buying to finish the house, like the doors, you hear them say, oh, this was Turkey door, Italian door.
Did they bring them from?
Yes, usually
they
ship them in. No, a lot of all these property developers, right? They ship their things in containers. I'm not holding brief for them, but I'm trying to explain to you that. So I know property developers now, for instance, right? A lot of them, because of in terms of cost, right? They would rather have, because if they are building like 1,000 units of houses or 100 units of houses, you don't expect them to buy doors from a local, because most of these local people too also import. So what they also do is just import directly, you understand, and bring them in so that all the raw materials comes at a controlled cost. The only thing I will say to you is that, if they have already shipped in all the materials that is needed, and the house is complete, inflation shouldn't really affect that house because it was not built
again.
It was not built, but like I said, they would tell you that, see, let's just not argue too much. I built this house with $1,000. Just pay me $1,000. So whatever the rate of $1,000 at the time you're buying is really not their business.
But you see, what happens is it's almost like an artificial way of increasing price.
Yeah.
It is. And that's why we're seeing an escalating amount of in terms of properties. It doesn't make sense. The value in correlation with the prices, the quality, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Again, they're trying to protect themselves. They're shoring up against inflation and all that. But inflation, the more you do that, the higher inflation will be. That's the honest truth. So if you're not, and this is me not trying to even hold brief for certain kind of businesses, but if you're into a luxury line, so to say, it's not for everybody. Do you understand? It's for a very select few. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, you may be able to do that. But if you're in the space where you're trying to, target a lot of people, average people, not necessarily the 1%, I'm not sure that that's the right way to go about it.
So they will also tell you that some of these things, like for instance, the video that we took, which is our anchor story, I think her name is Vicky James, right?
Vicky James.
And I've heard that, her designs are quite beautiful and they are actually luxury. So she's not actually what Mary sells is premium luxury. Of course. It is a niche market. You understand?
Exactly.
Yes, you're a franchise of this brand in Nigeria. It's not like you are going to go and buy from the store to sell.
Exactly.
So it is expected that the same standard you see in the stores globally is the same standard you will meet here. Right? Same thing with the Vicky James. Her brand is luxury, pure luxury. I've seen her designs; they are like breathtaking. One day they thought, may we be able to afford one piece? She's the kind of designer that you would aspire to have a piece of, a Vicky James in your closet, because her brand is quite luxury. And listen to her argument. I'm a business person too myself, right? I bought some equipment. I shipped in some equipment. I'm supposed to ship in more. The way the prices, you understand, just skyrocketed on me. I've not been able to do that second installment, in terms of in bringing in all the equipment that I need. Because now, what I paid in February, March, when I did the first purchase, what we're paying now is almost 3 times the cost. So when I'm now talking to someone, right, I don't even know what to charge the person. Because you're not even getting the point. Because even if I charge the Naira, it's going to be very difficult for me to be able to make any meaningful, because if you look at the competition around, right, it is going to be difficult to do any transaction. So to the point of whether it is okay for us to start to normalize foreign currencies in Nigeria, I would say it's not okay. I would say it's not okay, right? Literally, you can't go anywhere. It's only places maybe like Dubai, but even at that, you better go and change your money. Because trust me, when you take that dollar to the stores, the rate you're going to be getting, you would run at a loss. So they do all of those things to discourage people from spending those foreign currencies within their economy. Though rather you go to an exchange, bureau de change, and get their own local currency and go pay for whatever it is you want to pay. I don't know, but I'm saying that yes, I get the fact that there are specialized products, but if we really want to improve this economy, I think we should really rethink.
Yeah, we have to.
But you see, where my problem really lies with all of this conversation is the fact that we are still unable to manufacture certain things within the economy. So for instance, why would she need to import fabric? We are a home of cotton. Literally, there's nothing that is linked to fabric that we cannot manufacture here.
Absolutely.
So the fact that she's not able to source premium fabric, that she needs to source it from another country, is the big problem that we should focus on. You understand? Because these are all symptoms of a bigger problem, that our manufacturing industry is comatose. You understand? Because we don't really have anything. If you want to do raw material stuff, for instance, you say, I want to go into making beautiful like ready to wear apparel, like your normal ready to wear. Like you want to, let's pick a brand for instance. Say maybe you want to start producing lines for like the way H&M or Zara or or Next or whatever can produce, or Mango. You really can't produce anything here because we don't have the support structure in terms of the fabrics and all of that. So all of these things are tied to ethics.
Absolutely.
Do you understand? And until we are ready to really, it's two things that would happen. We know they do luxury again. Mary doesn't want to hear that. And let us push for grow Nigeria. You understand? Build locally, grow Nigeria. Build locally, grow Nigeria. So no matter what it is, let's keep pushing for like buy Nigeria, buy Nigeria, buy Nigeria. And at whatever it's level of quality it comes, let us be taking it like that. It's either we do that or we'll continue to face these conversations around, people spending. Because trust me, if I go and I bought this ring for $2,000, you understand? And I said, okay, my markup will be 50%. I do it for at $3,000, that's 50%, right? Whenever I want to sell it, it is 3,000. So it needs to replace this product. Yeah. If I sell this, I need to be able to buy it again. Yeah. And don't forget that where I'm going to go and buy it, it is still the same $2,000 that it will come to. So that's the dynamics of business that is just a bit,
I'm just very surprised that we don't take manufacture seriously in this country, because countries like Vietnam, like China, they don't even have the human capacity and resource that we have in Nigeria. Imagine, we have people alone, and then you have industry, you have assembly lines, and then electric. See, once we are able to solve energy problem in this country, everything will work.
I've been trying to solve energy.
No, that's it. So long as we don't solve that, let's not talk about manufacturing. It's simple, because manufacturing is
directly tied.
You
know what? Let's take a break. When we come back from that break, we'd love to open our phone lines, then hear your thoughts on this topic. Should we normalize using dollar in Nigeria? Stay with us. All right, so if you just tuned in, it's our Ladies Night Out, and we're discussing normalizing. We're asking, should we normalize businesses charging in foreign currencies within Nigeria? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. Our phone line is now open. The number to call is 07025007749. Remember to turn off the volume of whatever device it is that you're watching us from. Again, 07025007749. Okay, Mary, you wanted to read something out for us.
Okay, so this is from the author, a law partner at Templars, and I'll just go from here, which says, a common feature of all the above circulars and statements of the CBN on this subject has been to make heavy weather of the fact of the Naira being legal tender in Nigeria, and effectively conclude that local transactions expressed or conducted in a currency other than the legal tender for that reason is illegal. That thinking unfortunately completely misunderstands, or at least misapplies, the concept of legal tender and its implications on the freedom of contracting parties to elect their preferred medium of exchange. As a matter of law, legal tender simply and squarely means such money as cannot legally be rejected locally in settlement of debts expressed in local currency in relation to debts expressed in foreign currency but payable locally. The harshest impact that the concept of legal tender could have is that the debtor may have a general right of conversion to local currency. In other words, the debtor may either pay in the stated foreign currency if he chooses, or he may exercise his right of conversion and pay in the local currency equivalent. Although the CBN has never fully explained on the legal basis for the steps it has taken to date on this subject, it is very likely that it has relied on a certain provision of the CBN Act that appears to give the CBN the power to prescribe when foreign currencies may be used in Nigeria. This provision is to be found in proviso to the penalty for the breach of the legal tender rule by section 25 of the Act. It is provided that a person who refuses to accept the naira as a means of payment is guilty of an offense and liable on conviction to a fine.
So that is the definition of the legal tender, meaning say if somebody came to Nigeria and they gave you naira and you refuse to collect naira.
Yeah. So if that's that's why I stated, if you come to the store, we can't tell you that because we retail in dollars we can't accept naira. That's when we would have to be penalized. Yes, it's when you can't accept.
So but let me explain something to you. I know a lot of businesses, right? They will tell you outright
that they don't accept.
You cannot pay me in naira.
Then that is wrong. Then they should be penalized for that.
So that's the point. But this what's it called? Delegate excursion fee. It was in FX. There used to be a time, and people will tell you that the reason that they go with FX is because of it is less bulky. So I can literally give you $10,000, convert that to that's 10 million, and it's just one packet inside your hand. So the reason a lot of these transactions are happening in FX is because it's easier to move funds, right? So if you really want to solve the problem of these dollar transactions, you have to go back again to politicians, because a lot of these people are the ones that infiltrate the system with a lot of foreign currencies, because it is easier to move those $100 bills, right? Imagine if I was going to be sharing 100K, it's going to be bulky. To say you want to share to 10 million people, it's going to be bulky. So I'd rather just have the few notes within a foreign currency. That's one. When you go to the clubs, a lot of all of these clubs right now, right, most of the transactions that happen, they are happening with foreign currencies, right? So I get the fact that the legal tender explanation or maybe definition should be that there is nowhere anybody should present to you naira that you should reject it. At the same time, there is a stench. I mean, the quote we took today clearly states it. That is illegal it is illegal for you to transact business within Nigeria using foreign currency, because like your day-to-day business is a different thing if you just came into this country and probably the only currency you have the banks. You can go to the bureau de change, you can change the money there. Those are the people that are literally authorized, right, to be able to transact, so that whatever it is that you are able to, they are now able to give you a legal tender that you can then use to do transactions within the country. But the fact that we keep on getting to this point where it is now, you are now doing day to day, I want to buy this earring from dollar and I'm paying in dollar, our naira will continue to suffer. Our naira will continue to be devalued. Our naira will never ever, you understand?
Well, it's already hurting businesses by the time you are now converting to pay from your suppliers, which is what the Vicky James lady said. Is going to hurt a lot of businesses
if they take naira.
Well, yes. So if you continue to transact in naira, you continue to increase the price. It seems outrageous when you call the naira value. You now go to the bank. There was a period where even businesses couldn't access their money. So even to pay your supplier is a hassle. So how do we resolve all of that?
You know, like you always say that it's a
Hydra-headed
really,
monster.
because this point she made. In fact, I had a friend. He's like the financial controller of an organization. I remember a period of like 2 weeks. He was literally mad in this Lagos looking for FX because they actually run an FMCG. That means they constantly need to keep paying for, raw material. If you call him, he's shouting, screaming,
Look at what even happened to the airlines. You're exactly. Going too far.
Exactly.
The airlines in Nigeria shut down because, again,
you can't access their money from CBN.
I don't even know how to explain this.
So, yes, now you see why businesses would say that, you know what? Rather than deal with all that, rather than deal with CBN, rather than deal with all that, rather than even go to the black market looking for dollar, let me get my own dollar so that I can keep stocking and I can keep my business afloat. There is that rationale as well. So, it's just, in the largest sense of it.
Well, so my point is, if we really want to solve this problem, what are we willing to sacrifice as a people? Because really, the reason, they try to explain something to Una.
We get you.
The reason we need these FX is because most of the things that we are buying with FX, it's not a way to go and buy with FX.
Yes.
Most of the things that we're buying with FX are highly, luxury items. Go and check it.
Do
you understand? So the raw material one is just like I said, even with the seedlings but I'm saying the majority. So you want to ship in drinks, all these assorted drinks. I'm doing for clients, and you want to get the assorted chocolates and cookies and all of those things. Those things are expensive, but it is because. So I'm saying that how can we turn this around? I remember the time President shut down the borders to insist on us eating local rice and all of that. That didn't work. I bought rice today, 85,000 naira per bag. Nice. It's an imported rice from the UK or something. 85,000 naira per bag. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because again, now, even with the local rice, the fear that people are having is that a lot of this rice have been mixed. So you are not even sure of what it is that you're buying. So for safety, it's best to just go and buy the expensive one. But look at it now. At what expense? So I don't even know the problem, the solution to the problem.
I think the government. Just recently, there was.
No, if you leave me, it's ofada rice I eat. But this one, I'm cooking it for a large population. It's not for me. If you go to my house, the only rice you will find is ofada rice. That's all I eat. I actually love the rice because it's healthier for me.
Then you promote ofada rice to the people.
She's coming for your job.
No, but it's the same thing. If you do something, if you stand by something, it's like a mini influencing. You stand by something that this is what you do, and you're inviting people also, and it's also an opportunity for them to try. Maybe there might be some people among the crowd that never tasted ofada rice. And that's the option that is available. They can either choose to eat it or not eat it. And they eat it and they realize, you know what, this thing is not bad. They too decide, okay, you know what, I want to be buying ofada rice. You've converted one more person.
And you've shot up the naira.
No, don't talk finish.
Okay, I was also going to say, going back to what you said about politicians, having that rationale that it's just easier to move money. I also think that it's for some of them, or quite a whole lot of them, maybe not necessarily politicians, but there are a group of people who use Forex just because they don't want paper trails. There is that. So if government is going to address all of these things, they need to, I don't know, sometimes, when we have conversations like this, it's always almost as if the so-called experts that should know these things don't know. Because I imagine that if they're having conversations that they're looking at it from multiple angles, then they may be able to come up with robust solutions. But rather they just focus, okay, dollarization, no to dollarization. mean, okay, so no to dollarization. All right. But what about all these issues?
Yeah.
What happens? What are the solutions?
Because I think what Mary is trying to say, she wants to leave the price at $100,000. I mean, $100. What she's refusing to say is that it is the stress, which is, she kind of like mentioned, alluded to, it's the stress of changing your prices every day.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Why do I need to be changing prices every day, checking FX rate and changing? So today, maybe you came yesterday to price this item, it was 100,000 naira. You are coming today is 150. Tomorrow you are coming is 120, 130. You know,
And
it's
that's not
just
even
dancing
good for
like
any
that.
business.
And
yeah.
I think there's also a psychology towards because of the value for the product.
The number of zeros.
Yes, for products that we sell, there's a psychology actually behind it. We opened a new store that is priced in Naira, and they usually retail in Naira. And trust me, the same thing I would buy in my own department that is retailed in dollars. I saw it in Naira and I said, geez. Exactly. Why would I pay this much?
Exactly.
Something for a phone case, and I said, oh wait,
That's the same amount I paid.
yeah, just it's different in dollars. When you just say it's 200, it's two notes.
just
and
two
it
notes.
gives you,
And
you
that
know,
one is
so,
how many?
Or if I should call a $60,000 watch for you in Naira, and even if you have the money, you will rethink it to
Very
say,
true. The psychology of buying.
this money, is it? So those are also factors. I mean, I can only speak for the luxury industry, and well, yeah.
Collapse. They can't sustain it. They can't. Because how would they even get FX to pay their suppliers? So on one hand, there is also the if you want to pay in dollars, that saves me the stress of looking for dollars. Right? Because it means that I would be able to ensure continuity of this product in my store. But if I can't find FX, I can't pay my supplier. My business is gone.
And you know the sad part is that the problem with some of these things is that once you are there, you've collected. So let's say for instance, you sold an item and you converted it at 1,000 naira per dollar. You have to use speed to go and quickly change that money, because anything happens and that money
drop.
If it dips, that you have sold that item at a loss.
Yes, you've lost.
I get you. Let's take comments.
Okay, so this is good evening, my dear beautiful sisters. What are you saying? #ways. Should we normalize businesses charging foreign currencies within Nigeria? I really don't think so. I don't know what you beautiful ladies think, but to me, I don't agree. Why don't we stick to our own currency alone? Like my dear beautiful sister who has said, after making reference to the period of the presidential election, it was foreign currency that was shared. People prefer to do business with foreign currency simply because it is not bulky and easy to carry about. Whether Naira is bulky or not, let us stick to Naira. My name is Daniel Ila. Where's regular fare?
She's well. So what is our final thoughts on this?
Laws are not cast in stone. Laws are for people, and laws should evolve. Policies should evolve to ensure the safety of businesses, of individuals, but at the same time to ensure a level playing field for everyone.
You know, this thing actually affected direct investment, foreign direct
of course
investment.
now.
That's why you
Of
see
course.
the brands like Virgin, what's his name, Richard Branson pulled out quickly, because you know it is all this dwindling. So I think the problem, if you ask me, I'll say, why don't we solve the economic, the economic instability? Because you see, if the system is stable, I can sell in Naira.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
When dollar was to 1 to 1.
Yes, I can sell in Naira.
I don't think anybody was talking
But
about.
you can't solve economic issues if you are a consumption nation. You can't. You would always be at the mercy of.
That's what I'm saying. So we need to now move.
Yes.
So that's the final thing I was driving to.
We must
move, and the only way we can move to that consumption. How did Peter Obi used to say it? Production to consumption, be consumption to production. Do you understand? For us to be able to move to that production country, right? First of all, we must truly turn a blind eye to some of these things that are, are luxury. if we solve basic problem in terms of manufacturing and all of that, and we're able to start to really, really be intentional about growing the economy, it will grow. So it means that we must lose taste, our taste bud must completely be lost from some of these things, you understand? Then we must be intentional about the quality of what we are manufacturing in Nigeria. I think so.
I agree.
Okay, we have one more comment.
Go ahead, please.
It says, no, it's not okay to normalize dollars as legal tender in Nigeria. But unfortunately, the Nigerian economy not stable and normal. Hence, the dollar kind of normalized as legal tender unofficially, especially by the very group of people meant to uphold the naira as a legal tender and ensure the economy stable. That is the political class. The political class uses dollar to move loot ever since the 1983 coup, when naira
notes changed overnight, with loot becoming worthless.
Okay.
So until we have a political class who are patriotic, no end in sight. Thank you. I think that really wraps it up. Thank you, ladies. Miri, I was not planning to come for your jugular. I needed to understand your business.
And I'm glad that you do now.
Before we go, ensure you follow us across all our social media handles. Thanks, Dee. And you can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. I'm struggling to stay awake.
Yes, you are. Your eyes are so
If you missed our quotes for today, here it is again. It is illegal to price or denominate the cost of any product or services, visible or invincible. That's the part I like. In any foreign currency in Nigeria, and no business offer or acceptance should be consummated in naira in any currency other than in Nigeria, in any currency other than naira. This was from the Central Bank of Nigeria. We'll see you guys. I hope I'll be awake tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Ciao.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexible policies to virtual leadership. The pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer
like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Furniture is one of the most important home accessories, out of which the Nigeria's market share is 50 billion naira. The furniture industry has improved in Nigeria from just the roadside carpentry to the creative arts of combining wood, metal, cushion to give glamour and beauty to chairs, tables, wardrobes, cabinets, and other household furniture. The market for the furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. In Lagos, there is a furniture market where you find all types of artisans, materials, and tools for furniture making. The market is well coordinated with a chairman and organized rules.
Wíwà láyé ọjà wa yìí ó máa ń lọ bí 70 bí 70 ọdún. Tí mo bá wò dáadáa ọ̀nà karùn-ún níbi tá a wà yìí. A ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní Watchtower ní Ṣómólú rí. Wọ́n ń pè ibì kan ní Enípákó ní Onípànù ń bẹ̀ yẹn. Àwa náà lè Nípákó tá wà ń bẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn a ti tún wà ní ilé epo Àjíìpù tó wà ní Fádèyí ibi tí bíríìjì ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wà ń jọ sí. Lẹ́yìn tá a kúrò ńbẹ̀ la ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá lọ sí Káyọ̀dé níbi táwọn onírin wà nísìn. A kúrò ńbẹ̀ ní 1977 la wá wọ́ sí bíbáyìí. Ká tó wá dé bíbáyìí ilé kiri pé kí ọjà ó dìgbà tó bá ń yá kán ní ká kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́dani tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ tàbí ẹbí tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ ló mú kí àwọn bàbá wa àgbà náà lọ́hùn kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí ká gba ilẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láyé LSDPC. So àtìgbà yẹn la ti wá béèrè fún ilẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ àyè ibi tíjọba yà sọ́tọ̀ fún kátàkárà tàbí iléeṣẹ́ ìdí tó gbé wa débì nìyẹn. So ìjọba Lagos State ló fún wa níbí láyé LSDPC. Èmi lálága karùn-ún. Àwọn alága tán ti lọ. Ẹ̀yẹn la ní John Oyè. Bàbá dàgbà wọn wá sọ́jà mọ́. Ó di mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Gbà tí bàbá dàgbà tán wá sọ́jà wọn ni Sùbẹ́rù Àkànó. Nànà wà tún bọ́ síbẹ̀. Àwọn kú ní April 2016. Ìgbà yẹn ló ṣẹ̀ wá kan èmi Isiaka orí oyè. títí dìgbà tá a wá wà yìí kì í ṣe pé a lè lé 105 èèyàn yìí táyìn lóyìnbó ń pè ní 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní omi ò sọ pé 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ àtẹnírà àtẹníntà a lè 105 lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin a kà wọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ o tó yẹ kó ń kọ́ṣẹ́ furniture upholsterer weather oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tó jẹ mọ́ building materials tó jẹ mọ́ nǹkan kọ́lé torí n ta base lé lórí gan nìyẹn àti pákó plywood oríṣiríṣi nǹkan kọ́lé tó dédé páànù cement kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìṣó gbogbo nǹkan kọ́lé àwọn kan wà tán tó ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ibi náà ti kọ́ ibi náà tún wà 105 tètè ẹ̀ ní àjùbá ń lọ àpọ̀ lórí tẹ environmental tó sọ wàá rí i pé ńgbà tí wọn náà débi láàárọ̀ yìí ò lè wọlé a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ environmental láago 7 a parí ẹ̀ láago 9:30 tó ra nígbàgbọ́ nú Ọlọ́run tá a bá dúró láago 9:30 yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́dọ̀ tajà hàn ní tàwọn ò ní rà environmental gbogbo ọjà ti mọ́ so mùsùlùmí á gbàdúrà àwọn ẹgbẹ́ oníyàjọ nígbàgbọ́ àwọn náà gbàdúrà ìyẹn ló máa gbé adago 10 kálukú tó padà sẹ́nu iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò tíjọba filẹ̀ bọ́jà wáyé ṣe tó àti bó ṣe rí o lè ríbi tán gbé ń ta ọtí ń bì tó dẹ́ni tó ti mu tí yó ó lè hùwàkíwà àgbà kéèyàn ò jalè ẹni bá ti jalè a máa lè kúrò lọ́jà ni àdẹ̀gbà kéèyàn ó jà gbogbo nǹkan tó wù kó lè rí bó ṣe bí ẹni nínú tó wá fẹjọ́ sùn alága tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ alága pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ agbọ́tọ̀ tún agbátòsí nítorí bá yẹ ká fi ṣàtúnṣe bẹ̀ á dẹ̀ ṣe a lè dẹ́ lómi lẹ́jọ́ pé ókè lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ẹni tí ń tajà ojoojúmọ́ tó mọ tó ń rí lójúmọ́ ta ni kó lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tó bá padà dé sẹ́mọ̀ para àárọ̀ n tó mú jà wájọ́ sí tírú ẹ̀ bá ti ń bọ̀ á mọ̀ pé kó ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn ó ń lọ nà àbáyọ so ara àwọn ètò tán bàbá rẹ̀ ti làálẹ̀ nìyẹn ó dẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dè ní ìní àbí ó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí lọ náà nìyẹn àgbà owó àgbà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn bí kì í ṣe pé irú ilẹ̀ nísìnyí ìdọ̀tí tán bá lò nígbà bá fẹ́ sanwó lọ́mà ṣe mọ̀ pé ó di dandan so à ń gbà yẹn lówó tí ò ga àwọn èèyàn lára tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n lára ńgbà tí a ti wà bá a ṣe fi wà yẹn kò sówó kan tá à ń gbà kọjá owó ìsọ̀tán bá rẹ́ǹtì tán sanwó ẹ̀ lọ́dún kò sí owó túláàsì kan tó ìnájà kan àbẹ̀wọ̀n rajà kan bí wàá lè sọ pé wọ́n ń gbà lọ́wọ́ àgbowó car park àgbowó ilé ìgbẹ́ ilé ìtọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ la ní tó yẹ pé tí wọ̀gán bá tiẹ̀ débẹ̀ wàá fẹ́ lè sùn bẹ̀ pé ṣébì náà dẹ̀ lẹ pé nílé ìgbẹ́ lẹ pé nílé ìwẹ̀ nílé ìtọ̀ tá a tọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Lagos State fẹ́ wo gbàdẹ̀ náà wá ń yẹ̀ wá wò Lagos State yẹn wọn yé wá wọn wá láti Aláùsá wọn wá láti local government ẹgbẹ́ nípákó ní Lagos State gan àwọn gan tún wá tọ́ra jẹ́ kókó kan nínú ọjà tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ Lagos State Building Materials and Building Materials Association ajẹ́ kókó kan so bá a ṣe ń tò díẹ̀díẹ̀ nìyẹn tọ́lọ́ndẹ̀ ń fún wa tó challenge ta ní pọ̀ díẹ̀ ó kàn yẹ pé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa ṣe fi ń lọ ni tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọn náà ṣe rí ńgbà tẹ wọnú ọjà àwọn iṣẹ́ tó ń jáde níbí báyìí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ ní tán bá gbé dé ta tán bá sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní jiyàn torí aláwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n kájú ẹ̀ anything furniture bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi irin ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi gi ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi board plywood ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń wí ló nídìí ọ̀pọ̀ owó materials tá a dẹ̀ ń lò jù local materials ní tó yẹ jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe finishing ẹ̀ tán tiẹ̀ á tiẹ̀ tún dájú tìlú tán gbé alátòkèrè lọ irú ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí wọ́n náà pàdé nǹkan tán jáde lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ṣí géètì tá a pàdé environmental lẹ́ẹ̀kan so gbogbo orú àwọn kan báwọn yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíjọba ó gbégbèsè àti kún wa lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan yẹn lè di tí ó kárí gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò ní mọ ní Nàìjíríà nìkan bọ́jà wáyé ṣe fi rí yìí láti Àbújá àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ní showroom wọn ibi náà ti wá ń produce sales wọn ọjà tó ń tà ibi náà ti ń ṣe tán lọ kó sí showroom náà báyìí ti tan náà sí adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ ọlọ́run fi ń pọ́n wa ló dẹ̀ fi ń yìn wá so tíjọba bá kún wa lọ́wọ́ nípa pé kán finance wa béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ ni a ṣe jèrè mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni a ṣe rágbéga lẹ́nu òwò yẹn tó wò ní nìyẹn wàá rí i pé ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò èrè ẹ̀ ò lè dàbí ẹni tó ń fi 10,000 ṣe ẹni tó ń fi 1 million ṣòwò a lè fi ẹni tó ń fi 50 million ṣe béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ náà lè rí ẹ̀ ó ṣe pọ̀ tó náà dẹ̀ ni ayé á fi mọ̀ ọ́ sí.
Well, I've been in the business for a very long time because I started the business with my dad around 1985. I'm still in secondary school then. At earlier stage, I have the mind of be a first man. Starting from anything from Jebu, the Shagam, Ore, Bini, Ondo, Idori, Owo, Ifon, Sobe, Agbanikaka Empire in Onwa, all that kind of we get wood in many different states in Nigeria here. Just for example, we have mahogany. Mahogany is a redwood and they're used for furniture wood. Just like bed, shelf, door, architrave and so on. They're used for many things. We also have black afara, we have Mazonia, we have teak, we have Abora, we have Idigbo, we have Eku, and so on and so forth. And that's what we are even be using for a very long time in Nigeria here before they started bringing the imported board and all these things. The wood serve more longer than the board. The board have different type. You have the one that lasts longer and which we have the one that don't even last longer. But I still prefer, due to me, I still prefer the wood than using the board. If I'm doing anything in my house, I always prefer using the wood. The difference there is not very much, but difference between the local one, the local board and the wood that we use here, the wood lasts longer than the imported board, and most of this imported board, they process the wood here, which they even take down to that place to go and made as board, and they'll still bring it back for us here. That due to the government, because the government supposed to even work on that, which if at all, if something will even happen like that, what we have here, they're supposed to produce it here. Not that they will take it over there and they later do the processing and they later bring it for us here, which is not even an idea. I didn't even support that. We encounter a lot of challenges on that because bringing the imported boards down to Nigeria make the wood business to go down, which at least the way we even enjoy doing the business, the wood business before, is quite different from the way we enjoy it now. In Nigeria, yeah, some people know the quality of the wood, which they still patronize us. Most especially, some of my father's customers that they are in old age, they normally even tell their children and most of their colleagues and family that if you want to do something like this, it's even more better for you to go for wood, because now people are now coming back to get the wood and to use it for whatever they want to use it than before that. Everybody just faced the imported material that this was, but because what they see that they gain a lot, and the time of using the Nigeria something here, they see that is even more lasting than using the imported wood. Under the normal procedure, you're supposed to learn whatever you want to do. Probably because if you don't even learn, you will not be able to go far in doing it, because along the line, you see people that they will tell you that they want to supply you wood. At the end of the day, they will just collect money from you, and which something will not be done. But once you learn what you want to do, after all, if anybody even want to bring what is not supposed to bring into the business, you say, no, that's not the way I'm supposed to go. This is the right way I'm supposed to go. It depends on how the person have the sense and the knowledge of learning. Because some people may even be there between 1 year, they will capture whatever they want to capture about learning about the wood or to do a wood business. But some people, they have a dull brain. Maybe they'll use about 3 to 4 years.
Wàá rí i pé mo sọ ọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé à ń tà à ń rà ni. Àwọn ọlọ́dàn ni tí wọ́n wá rẹ́ǹtì ṣọ́ọ̀bù ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n na pàápàá àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ìsìn ìmí parí ní polytechnic àwọn tó parí lọ́fà tó parí Yaba tó parí káàkiri tẹ́ pé bíi náà tí wọ́n ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn. So àwọn ọmọ yẹn ń gbé sórí social media but àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bíi bàbá ọjà tẹni ó lọ́jà àwọn ò tí ì wọ social media tó mọ̀ pé ayé jọ́sí ńlòbí ń sọ fọ́mọ pé iṣẹ́ ìdandan ni kò kọ́ níbi tí ayé dé nísìn iṣẹ́ tó bá wu ọmọ láti kọ́ nígbà tó ọmọ báyìí ti sọ fún ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ yìí ló wu òun kọ́ àwọn tó mọ̀ wá ń bí báyìí tán mọ irú nǹkan tó ń jáde ń bí àwọn amọ̀mọ̀ wá sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ àkóso ọjà títí wa tírú ọ̀gá yẹn bá ti wá gbọmọṣẹ́ yẹn á jẹ́ káwa tá a já lákòóso ọjà ó mọ̀ pé ọmọọmọṣẹ́ kan wá fóun o iṣẹ́ báyìí tó fẹ́ kọ́ rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ ṣe rẹ̀ á dẹ̀ fàdúrà sí pé kán máa lọ ṣe irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà kọ́ṣẹ́ tán ibi náà ti tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn náà tán bá ti kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn èyí tó bá ráyè síbi á dúró ń bí èyí tí ò ráyè bọ̀tọ̀ pọ̀ wọn gan-an dúró ń bí torí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí ibi ń bí ẹ sì mọ̀ pọ́rọ̀ ṣẹ́rè ó kò èèyàn mọ̀ tán bọ́n bá kọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ mi tó bá dàbí pé ó fẹ́ pa wọn lórí asáré lọ fún bọ́ọ̀gá tó kọ́ wọn àwọn ọ̀gá tó pọ̀ mí sọ́mọ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lọ̀gá ọ̀tọ̀ tún ni ọ̀gá so wọ́n pọ̀ mí báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà tí state government fún wa nílẹ̀ ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan náà máa fún wa ṣùgbọ́n ìgbà tán tiẹ̀ ti fún wa nílẹ̀ tá a ti ń rí bí tajà wa rajà wa àwa náà ò béèrè mọ́ òbọ̀ tó bá gbé wa lọ́la à ń retí ẹ̀ o tó dáadéhùn wa ni kí wọ́n máa fún wa ní transformer tó máa fún wa níná ìgbà tán ò fún wa la lọ rà fúnra wa wọ́n láwọn ò fún wa ní tar road àwa la mọ̀ bá ń ṣe ń ṣe ọ̀nà wa ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tóbi dórí omi but bí náà ṣe ń wá ìgbà tí nepa tí nàìjíríà ń rí bákan láti ìgbà kan tí náà ò déédé ọ̀pọ̀ wa láti ra generator ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yẹn torí ń gbé yẹn bá gbaṣẹ́ níṣẹ́ tí nepa fún wa níná tó dẹ̀ lásìkò tó dá fún eníṣẹ́ ò ní fẹ́ gbọ́ pé iná ni ò sí ó mú ká pọ̀ wa ra generator gbogbo àwọn ọmọ táwọn wí gbogbo àwọn ọ̀gá wọn yìí náà ní generator tán fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn.
The furniture market is not without its challenges. The unavailability of raw materials and the constant lack of power supply does not just affect the furniture industry, but the Nigerian manufacturing industry as a whole.
Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa. A ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná. Ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣojú pé ká wá miss láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò.
Nípa bá a ṣe ń sanwó gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí àti ìgbìmọ̀ ẹni bá ti múná nínú wọn torí gbogbo wọn kọ́ ló ń lo ná ìbá àwọn tán ń lo ná nínú wọn àti ní levy tí a fi wọ́n sí orí ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ páwọn láti sanwó yẹn a tún wá ṣe débi pé ìjọba ní ká máa lọlé láago 6 tá a bá lọlé tán àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ kan wà tí a sẹ́ẹ̀tì kalẹ̀ hàn tó bí hàn 8 àwọn èèyàn ní lọlé láago 6 wọ́n á yí ká gbogbo ọjà a dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ṣúìsì kan síta tó yẹ pé òun ló control gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn ń lò ní workshop ẹ̀ tó ní on and off so àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n máa patrol yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí fuse tán ṣe síta yẹn tó ti ní on and off yẹn náà máa wò wọ́n bá ti rẹ́ni tó gbàgbé tiẹ̀ nígbà tó ń lọ lé ó wà ní on nígbà tó ń lọ bóyá ó pẹ́ kó tó palẹ̀ mọ́ wá ń sáré jáde lọ pé kí gbìmọ̀ ọjà má mú òun kò rántí pa àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ 6 8 yẹn ọ̀nà máa lọ wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn kúrò lọ́jà nìkan bíi 20 or 6:30 yóòjúmọ́ dẹ̀ nìyẹn àfijọ́ Sunday nìkan tá a bá wá yóòjúmọ́ là ń ṣe yẹn gbogbo wọn yẹn náà n tó ti ṣe wá rí ó jẹ́ ká gbẹ́ burú ọ̀rọ̀ kámọ́bàrógun iná mọ́ ni a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run láti gbà náà ti pé bóyá èèyàn dẹ̀ ń jalè ò jalè a lè pọ̀ tó yìí ká mọ̀ rí ọmọ ẹ̀yìn 12 péré ni Jésù ní tí Judas ẹyọ kan ya nǹkan mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ká mọ̀ àṣọ bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí bá a bá tiẹ̀ wá gbúrò orú ẹ̀ àwọn olè pé kọ́mọṣẹ́ ó jí bọ́ọ̀dù ọ̀gá kó jí ṣó tàbí kó tọ́ bọ̀ àpò ọ̀gá àbí wọ́n fi fóònù síbì kan ó wo bí kò réèyàn kankan ó mú irú àwọn olè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán bá rẹ̀ ti lè mú lọ́sàn-án bẹ́ẹ̀ tán mú wá kò sí rẹ̀ lóru torí àwa ò sí lọ́jà mọ́ ọ̀dẹ́dẹ̀ ti wà but lọ́sàn-án tán bá ti mú wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn á pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ òfin ti wà bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ mutí lọ́jà wa ń bì èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jalè èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà so ẹni bá ti jalè òwe tá àṣà táwọn ń dá fún ni pé ó ti di irú ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ó ti fòṣù kálé rí kẹgbẹ́ ó kàn gbèrú ká sì síta ni ẹni bá ti jalè ń lọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni ó bá mutí.
The sector needs to be empowered because it has a great potential to provide not just employment but contributor to internal revenue for the country.
See what we want to see, only to save us from pain.
My name is Banke Mishido Lawal. I'm a makeup artist and I started doing makeup because it was the next thing to do.
Our common sense to find we're struggling.
Today I'm going to do the makeup for a bride. I'm going to take you through the process from wearing of the coral beads to the ashoke, and I'm also going to tie her gele. The gele is a head wrap. It's a traditional head wrap worn by women in Nigeria for during occasions or ceremonies. I understand the emotions a bride goes through on her special day. I've worked years in the wedding industry, and I know that everything culminates into today, the engagement day. My job is to present, is to pack all those emotions and present the bride in a fantastic way. She's coming out, she wants to come out beautiful, but I also want the groom to recognize her. I don't want her parents to think, oh wow, what's this masquerade alighting? From the mix of my eyeshadows to the way that I press pigment onto the lids and apply the lipstick or lip gloss or the blusher, everything is a process that I'm very passionate about. Working on a bride on her engagement day, I think I'm drawn to it. I'm very passionate about it. I love it. From the way I do my eyebrows, from the way I apply my foundation, I prime the skin. I want to make sure that the foundation is brown and it matches the neck and it doesn't wear off. It lasts long. The bride is not concerned about mopping her brows during the ceremony and wiping off everything. So in as much as the makeup is going to look beautiful, it has to be long lasting. Those are some of the secrets of my makeup artistry. I do makeup that stays on and on and on, and even though the bride will sweat, because of course it's humid in Nigeria, the makeup still looks fantastic 10 hours later. The BM Pro Signature Gele is the fan style. I think it flatters many many face shapes. It slims the face. It gives you a little lift if need be. It's known to sometimes be too tight, but I believe that's the cross you have to bear for looking beautiful. I'm trying to infuse the colors of what she's wearing into the style of makeup that I do. She's wearing white, gold, and coral, so I'm taking elements of those colors, and I'm also pressing pigments, glitter pigments onto the eyelids. For the cheeks, I'm going to contour it a bit, and of course, her skin is very nice and brown, so I'm going to enhance that. I worked with designers, I worked in editorial, beauty and fashion magazines. I worked a lot with Tiffany Amber, Odiomi Monet. I was drawn to working with models, but these days I find that I work mostly with brides. I do a lot of weddings, destination weddings, weddings locally, and even I take one-on-one makeup classes for people who want to learn how to do their own makeup.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm usually inspired by client feedback. Whenever I've worked with anyone, whatever they say to me about the service afterwards, those are some of the things that keep me going. They dictate or determine what I'm going to do next.
ẹgbẹ́ ilé tí mo ṣe mechanic wà ń bẹ̀ bó ṣe máa ń tú bó ṣe máa ń ṣe mo ohun mi mo ṣe decide pé okay nǹkan tí man ṣe yìí màá try láti máa ṣe mo explain fọ́gá mi pé this is what I want to do pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ máa fún mi láyè pé tó bá ti di ìrọ̀lẹ́ màá lọ sí school Federal College fún theory for theoretical aspect so màá lè máa ṣe practical níta ọ̀gá mi dẹ̀ allow mi so tí n bá ti kó níbi iṣẹ́ ní nǹkan bíi 4 so màá lọ sí school so àǹfààní yẹn mo rí pé ó really help mi gan pé àti bí mo ṣe máa approach customer nsìn ó máa yàtọ̀ sí bí mo ṣe wà lọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá mi báwọn ọ̀gá mi ṣe approach customer bí mo ṣe máa approach wọn sìn there is a difference and the way mo ṣe máa handle iṣẹ́ ìyàtọ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ náà fún àwọn tó máa sọ pé tíyẹn bá ti kàwé pé kò lè dèèyàn tíyẹn bá ti kàwé yẹn kì í ṣe excuse pé èèyàn ò lè make ẹ̀ ẹni tí ó kàwé yẹn ó kù sí ohun gangan fúnra ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ láti make up mind ẹ̀ tíyẹn bá ti kàwé sí yẹn pé kò lè jẹ́ èèyàn kò lè ṣe nǹkan no it's not like that.
I see this work as my ladder of progress. I see it as something that if I am serious about it, I'm going to make it in life. I am very proud of this work because it's a work of an idea. It's an idea work. It's a work that you can be boast of. Maybe when you fix a car and it's work fine, you are good to go. I see it as a very fantastic job. In the nearest future, I want to be a very great man and how to mingle with people. I like music. I want to be a musician, but at least I need something like handwork to help me, and at the same time I want to have my own mechanical company that I will be in charge, and that's all. My very advice for those that are not in school, go and sit down and think of the kind of vocational work that you can learn that you will gain from. So they have to sit down, think of what to do. If you can't learn handwork, go for something creative, that create something and sell out do business and make money. Before you know, you make it in life. Instead of roaming around with friends or wasting your time.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Good afternoon, I am Shade Uwe. This is News Update. There was confusion in Kano State on Tuesday with the emergence of a certified true copy of the Court of Appeal judgment on the state governorship election, while the widely reported verdict of the court last Friday indicated that the appellate court upheld the decision of the petition tribunal sacking Governor Abba Yusuf, the State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice Arunor Issa Dederi argued that CTC of the judgment showed that Yusuf's victory at the poll was affirmed by the appeal court. He said, as indicated in the written judgment, the Court of Appeals set aside the judgment of the Kano election petition tribunal for lacking in merit. A federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt has granted an interim injunction restraining Martin Chike Amayewule, who maintains that he is the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, and his deputy, Domle Maul, from disturbing, obstructing, or interfering with the legislative proceedings of the Assembly. The court also restrained the lawmakers from preventing the legislative duties and functions of Edison Ehie as Speaker in the accordance with the Constitution, pending the hearing and determination of the motion on notice filed in the suit. The Federal High Court Abuja has fixed February 22, 2024 for hearing in the suit challenging the appointment of Mr. Ola Olukoyede as the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Justice Obiora Egwuatu stated this on Wednesday after the parties agreed that the date was convenient for all. Recall that Okwatola, an Abuja-based lawyer, had dragged the federal government, NAS, and Attorney General to court over alleged illegal appointment of Olukoyede as the chairman of EFCC. The judge subsequently adjourned the matter until February 22, 2024. Justice Amza Muazu of the Federal Capital Territory High Court Abuja has granted the immediate past governor of the central bank, Godwin Emefiele, bail in the sum of with the registrar of the court and must remain within the Abuja Municipal Council. He is now expected to remain in Kuje Correctional Center pending when he meets the bail conditions. Barely 40 days to the end of the year, the federal government has urged the Supreme Court to grant an extension of time for old Naira notes to remain in circulation. The government wants the Apex Court to lift its March 3rd order that old Naira notes should remain legal tender along with new notes till December 31st. It added that an extension of time is necessary because, due to the economic crisis, it has not been able to print a volume of new notes that would enable it to phase out old currency before December 31st. The federal government further explained that should the Supreme Court decline its request to extend the period of circulation of old notes, the country stands the risk of descending into another national economic and financial crisis as witnessed in the first quarter of the year, when the Naira redesign policy was being implemented under former Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele. The Commissioner of Police in Adamawa State, CP Afolabi Babatola, has condemned the recent clash between police and military officers in Yola, the state capital. The clash, which occurred on Tuesday night, resulted in the death of one police officer, Inspector Jacob Daniel. In a statement, CP Babatola described the incident as unfortunate and regrettable as he ordered an immediate investigation into the matter to ensure peace and justice. The CP warned that attacks on all security officers in the line of duty would no longer be tolerated. He stressed that the police hold the lives of all security personnel sacrosanct and that such unwarranted conflict would be strictly treated in accordance with extant laws. I've rescued 31 kidnapped victims in Sokoto State. This is as the Northwest Operation under the command of the General Officer Commanding 8th Division, Nigerian Army Sokoto, Major General Godwin Mutkut, intensified the onslaught and conducted a series of clearance operations to terrorist bandits enclaves in its areas of operations in the Northwest. He added that all the discovered terrorist hideouts were destroyed as the bandits abandoned their captives and fled from their camps before the arrival of the aggressive troops. A week after failing to appear before the House of Representatives, service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police finally appeared to discuss security issues with members. This formally kickstarts the scheduled sectoral debate organized by the 10th Legislative House on ways to address salient issues that will address the many socio-economic, political, and security issues that have stunted the growth and development of the country. Plus TV, Emmanuel Eyijene completes the report.
Insecurity has been a major cause of concern for Nigeria, from insecurity in the northeast to banditry in the northwest. The southeast of the country is not also spared with reports of kidnapping and killings reported daily. All these have affected the socio-economic and political life of the country, with Nigeria described as one of the unsafe countries to live in or do business. It is to this effect that the House began a sectorial debate beginning with the country's security today at the Chamber of the House of Representatives. The service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police took turns to explain their stewardship and challenges faced so far since assumption of office before members. The Inspector General of Police identified paucity of fund, poor manpower, logistics, training of personnel, and poor welfare for personnel.
We are committed to a police force that will respond adequately and appropriately to the dynamics of crimes and criminalities in our communities. Provision of logistics is very poor in the police. We have 1,537 police divisional headquarters across 774 local governments in Nigeria. But getting vehicles, operational vehicles, for the division is difficult. Each of these divisions requires at least 4 functional patrol vehicles. But we have divisions who don't have any functional patrol vehicle as of today.
Speaking on behalf of the military, the Chief of Defense Staff, Major General Christopher Musa, says the military has made a lot of gain in its fight against insurgency and banditry, stating that as a result, the military has captured grounds previously held by terrorist group. He, however, expressed worry over the activities of Simon Ekpa, an IPOB leader currently living in Finland, which he says is causing harm to the efforts of the military.
Sadly, there is no corresponding increase in accommodation facility to cater for the basic human need for the personnel of our terms of shelter. Why is most of the troops are deployed out? By the time we start reducing the strength on ground, going back to the barracks becomes a problem because there won't be enough accommodation. This development therefore poses some negative effects on the morale and fighting efficiency of the troops. This situation will also require your intervention so as to ameliorate the challenges. Issue of funding for the operational purposes. The need for adequate funding of the armed forces to overcome the issues of combat supply, such as ration for the troops, petroleum, oil and lubricant, equipment and maintenance through the procurement of spare parts and similar others in this category are necessary. To this end, there is the need for National Assembly to facilitate the continuous release of funds for the armed forces and the police for the purpose of overcoming the issues of combat enablers and combat suppliers, which are recurrent in nature but very necessary for sustenance of the troops.
The grilling later climaxed into an executive session for further discussion.
Moving on to other parts of Africa. At least 31 people were killed and 147 others injured at a stadium in the Republic of Congo's capital, Brazzaville, in a reported stampede during an army recruitment drive. Reports say that the tragedy was caused by a stampede during army recruitment. The government decided to declare national mourning on Wednesday and to suspend recruitment for the armed forces in Brazzaville only, while it will continue in the rest of the country. An investigation has also been launched into the incident. News outside Africa. Israel's government and Hamas have agreed to a 4-day pause in fighting to allow the release of 50 hostages held in Gaza in exchange for 150 Palestinians imprisoned in Israel and the entry of humanitarian aid into the besieged enclave. Officials from Qatar, which have been mediating secret negotiations, as well as the U.S., Israel and Hamas have for days been saying a deal was imminent. A statement by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said 50 women and children will be released over 4 days, during which there will be a pause in fighting. Hamas said the 50 hostages will be released in exchange for 150 Palestinian women and children who are held in Israeli jails. In business, the National Bureau of Statistics says the average retail price of a liter of petrol increased from 195.29 naira in October 2022 to 630.60 naira in October 2023. It made the declaration in its petrol price watch for October 2023 released in Abuja on Wednesday. It stated that the October 2023 price of 630.60 naira represented a 222.92% increase over the price of 195.29 naira recorded in October 2022. Comparing the average price value with the previous months of September 2023, the average retail price increased by 0.71% from 626.21 naira. On State Profiles analysis, Zamfara paid the highest average retail price of 659 naira per litre, followed by Gombe and Borno at 658 naira and 657 naira respectively. Conversely, Lagos, Oyo, and Delta states paid the lowest average retail price at 590 naira, 592 naira, and 599 naira respectively. In entertainment, veteran Nollywood actor Hanks Anuku has disclosed he is currently battling with depression. Anuku has been in the news with reports and clips of him raising concerns about his appearance and well-being. Opening up on his predicament in a video via his Instagram page, the veteran actor explained that he drinks due to depression but does not take hard drugs. The actor further stated that he has been jobless and unable to care for his kids. Moving on to sports. LeBron James claimed another piece of NBA history on Tuesday, becoming the first player to break the 39,000-point barrier as the Los Angeles Lakers routed the Utah Jazz to reach the knockout stage of the league's new in-season tournament. The 38-year-old, needing just 5 points to reach the milestone heading into the game, etched his name into the record books with a three-pointer in the first quarter of a 131-99 Lakers win. James, who passed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar last season to become the NBA's all-time leading scorer, saluted the crowd as his achievement was announced. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
sexually abused and molested. This is the story of Taiwo Akinlami, who became a product of his experience. A prey became the predator. But by grace, divine intervention, and the strong will to change, Taiwo Akinlami has become a protector. He shares his inspiring story of transformation and refusal to remain knocked down by experiences that changed his childhood forever.
My experience is not peculiar. It's nothing new. When I tell my story, I found that many people, come to me to say, thank you for sharing your story. You're giving me the boldness to share mine. You're giving me the courage to speak up. But that includes men and women. I've seen people come to me, break down to say, wow, thank you for talking about what you went through. So what did I go through? Well, I lost my virginity at just 6 years old. That's the year I started primary school, because my mother would go to the market and leave me with a woman who was her neighbor. And this woman would strip me like I do with a 6-year-old boy, what a woman should do with a man. And before I knew it, my sexuality was awoken. I was being sexually molested. I was being made to play with every part of the body of this woman. I was messed up thoroughly. And unfortunately, my parents were not aware of my issues, because we never had that relationship. My parents never spoke to me about my sexuality. They never told me about how to protect myself. And my parents made a fundamental mistake thinking that a neighbor was a nanny. Because somebody was close to them, somebody was living in the same compound with them, they concluded that the person was a nanny. They also concluded that because somebody was close to them, was living in the same house with them, the person was good enough to protect me. They forget that those who abuse children, those who sexually molest them, don't have special look. They don't have special hairdo. There's nothing special about them. They don't carry a bell saying, I molest children, take your children away. As a matter of fact, they try as much as possible to be subtle. And so they didn't understand all of that. So they felt that because somebody was a neighbor, the person was a nanny, and because somebody was a neighbor, the person was good enough, was a good person that could protect me. Unfortunately, they were wrong. And because they were wrong, I was in the hand of this woman for like 2 years. And the third thing was that I didn't have conversation with my parents. They didn't encourage us to talk. Every time they showed up with a cane. Every time they showed up with to chastise us. We were chastised for everything we did wrong. We never commended for everything we did right. So we're not even bold enough. We're not even thinking that we're not even sure that if we reported this lady, if I reported this lady, my parents were not going to say that, are you stupid? What are you thinking about? Because I again was not even aware of my esteem as a person, because it's been beaten down. So as a teenager, I started having anal sex. After experiencing sexual abuse, my sexuality was awoken. Then from there, I started having anal sex with another male, who was close to being my age mate. Started doing that. And the cycle continues. By the time I became an adult, I wouldn't say that I was an adult, but yet I was being driven by my emotion, by my feelings, by my libido, because I've been messed up. So I had multiple sex partners, prostitutes, those ones on the road, those ones in the brothel. In school, I was anything on the skirts, anything available. I said there was nothing like HIV. I said it was American invasion to discourage sex. So by why my friend and I felt that one guy on a girl might not be good enough. So why can't we do 2 or 3 guys on a girl? And we did that with prostitutes. And my friend tells me, I've slept with that girl. I said, no, you've not slept with her. Do you want to come and see it? If you want to come and see, let me do it for you live. And I go to see it, and he asked me, are you interested? She doesn't mind. And I find myself becoming a very strong masturbator. I could masturbate anywhere. Note that I was having sex regularly. Now, because you see, for you to protect your body, for you to understand the dignity of your body, you have to be taught. You have to be told not only taught, you have to be treated. Your body has to be treated with respect, with dignity. Nobody has the right to touch you without your consent. As a matter of fact, a child does not have capacity to give consent. So any sexual touch, any sexual relationship with a child is nothing but abuse, because the child does not have capacity to give consent. And so because of that, because of all of this, I, becoming an adult, I didn't feel my body, my private, anything was worth anything. I felt if it was worth anything, why will it be taken away from me without my consent? I felt if it was worth anything, how come nobody defended me? How come there was nobody I could speak to? How come I was suffering alone? How come I was suffering in silence? How come this woman was able to get away with what she did if, this thing meant anything? And so that was my life, big mess. I believed then that I had HIV because how wouldn't I? Because I was a prostitute, I was with girls. Masturbation, if I felt like masturbating, I was going on the road. I used saliva to masturbate. That's how bad it was. So my life was a life of an abused person, of a prey. I was a prey. Then I became a predator. But today I'm a protector. It's important how I made that transition. It wasn't difficult to understand how I made the transition from being a prey to a predator. A prey will become a predator one day. Because when somebody is preyed upon, you are telling him this is jungle. If you have to survive also, when you come of age, prey on other people. Because that's how to survive. That's the way you know to survive. But what is not common is that I was a prey, I became a predator, now I'm a protector. And what just happened to me is the fact that February 16, 1997, I gave my life to Christ. And that was the beginning of transformation in my life. I just felt that I needed help. And I just felt that, and I was told Christ could help me. And I decided to take the chance. I say, I'm told you can help me. Please help. And when I gave my life to Christ, I just thought that by that experience of giving my life to Christ, everything was just going to be rosy and everything was going to be fine. But it was not so, because I was dealing with, my mind was not dirty. My mind was dead. Think about any sexual perversion in the world, apart from sleeping with animals and incest. I've given it a trial. All kinds of mess. So when I sat in church, my mind was going to blow. My mind was thinking all kinds of things. If a woman was going in my front, I was coming behind, and she bent down to pick, if her car key drops, and she bent down to pick the key, pictures will come to my head. Ben Carson says every human being has photographic brain. It's just that we're not ready to take responsibility for that reality. Now, this woman that sexually molested me, I'm 48 years old now. This happened at the age of 6 and 8, between 6 and 8. If you give me pen and paper now, I can draw her. I remember her face. I remember the size of her breast. I remember everything about her. But it's 40 years ago. I've not seen her. But if I see her now, I'm sure I can identify her. But you see, it will have been okay if it is only her face that I remember. The damage she did to my psyche, the mess she caused to my mind, to my innocence. If childhood was synonymous with innocence, I never knew innocence. All of that damage were living with me, and I was thinking I couldn't cope. So I went to meet the man who introduced me to the church where I worship today. I worship in the Fountain of Light Church in Lokoju. That's where I worship now, under the leadership of Pastor Taiwo Bukoya. So I went to meet the man who introduced me to the church where I worship now. His name is Olakunle Shonya. So I told him I wasn't going to come to church again. This thing is not working. My mind is messed up. I'm in church, I'm weeping, I'm crying. Things are not working. You told me all things are new, but things are not new. My mind is messed up. I'd rather go back to my old life. My old life, I was masturbating. My old life, I was having sex at random. In my old life, there was no control. In my old life, I was cracking dirty jokes, using foul language. If I met a girl, the first question I might ask is that, do you have sex? I just wanted to know how bad you are to know whether I'm going to roll with you or I'm not going to roll with you. I wasn't ready for any pampering. It was a rough life, and you needed people that were rough and ready. That was the kind of life I was living. So I told him I was living, and he told me, he said, well, Well, don't think that you're going to get your sanity by just thinking that you have given your life to Christ. Your mind was taken away from you. Your innocence was taken away from you. Your sanity was taken away from you. Your sexual sanity was taken away from you. If you are ever going to make a difference, coupled with all the other abuses that I experienced, if you are ever going to make a difference, you need to fight for the sanity of your mind. You need to build capacity. You need to keep speaking to yourself. And so I embarked on what I call scriptural therapy. Even if there was any form of therapy, I couldn't afford it. But the one I could afford was I know I could get a copy of the Bible. And I could begin to study. And I began to study. I began to work on my mind. I began to speak to myself. My life began to change one day at a time. I began to see a difference. My mind began to settle. I sat in church now. I could listen to the pastor. I became a worker. I began to get things done. My life began to take a new turn. Not one day, not 2 days. Every day I was witnessing progress. It was not fast. It was not quick, but it was sure. Because I kept, focusing on the regenerating power of Scripture, to change a man. And so, when I was called to the Nigerian bar 20 years ago, Chief Gani Fawehinmi was my uncle. He was the one who sent me to school. He paid for my university's education. And the conclusion was that I was going to pick up a job in his law firm. But I told the family I wasn't going to pick up a job, that I found something happening to me and I want to democratize it. My life is changing in a particular manner. I know there are many other people out there who have gone through what I've gone through, are thinking that there's no hope, who feel that they are done, who want to define their life by the errors of those who abused them. I know there were such people. So I felt I want to dedicate my life to fight for enlightenment. Chief Gani Fawehinmi was involved in human rights, but I felt, yes, it's human rights, asking government to respect people's rights. But I want to go to the people. I want to empower them. I want to help them. I've made my pain into my gain. What the enemy meant for evil has become the good that I pursue today. Maybe if I didn't have that experience, maybe I won't be doing what I'm doing today. Note, I'm not saying God orchestrated that experience. It wasn't God. It was the enemy. But God has a way of using what the enemy orchestrated for evil and turning around for good. As you're looking at me, I've treated the enemy, I've treated the devil. If I were dead, life would have been fair. If I were in Yaba left collecting tablet, life would have been fair. If I were in prison, life would have been fair. But I've overcome all of those things. And I'm here with you today, talking to you that change is an ever-present possibility for any human being who's ready to take responsibility. You cannot afford to live on the errors of your past. You can't lose your childhood and lose your adulthood. You can't lose both ways. Though when you were not in charge of yourself, some guys messed you up. And now you are in charge of yourself. You are still living in the past. You are still a slave to your past. Instead of becoming a pioneer of your future. You still say, my uncle did, if not my father did, if not my mother did. No. You have to move beyond that, because at the end of life, when you become a wretch, when your life amounts to nothing, when you can't stay with one woman, you can't stay with one man, when you are a big mess, you will not have one excuse. You will not have one reason for being that. You will have many excuses. And for every excuse that you give, life will show you people like me who went through the things that you went through, or even worse, and they've been able to turn their pain into their gain. Life is going to show you all of those people. And so you're going to find there's no excuse for messing up. You can't start where you are. And you ask me, when is the day for change? It's today. You can just take that decision. I'm going to stop all of those things and get serious.
Indeed, the earlier the better. Change is a constant factor in life, and everyone is capable of being a better version of themselves. For Plus TV Africa, Amaka Okoye.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind.
I stood for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing.
They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement.
A February 2021 report by the World Health Organization says that globally, 2.2 billion people have a visual impairment. Of that number, 64 million people suffer from glaucoma, the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. It is projected that by the year 2030, 95.4 million people would suffer from the disease. Being a black person is a risk factor. At Ikeja Junior High School, Lagos, Nigeria, there are 55 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ujime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price.
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation. How are you today? Fine. I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their heart. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I will mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing. So I was amazed.
Cyril Ujime is a 1996 graduate of Pure and Applied Mathematics from the University of Ilorin, Kwara State. He's also an award-winning math and further math teacher with experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. We would not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make math to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve made in the early 80s still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost puts paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me. Because as then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at worst cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness, I got a bit scared at first, but I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And what damages them? Well, it's either there isn't enough blood flowing into them, or because there's a lot of pressure inside the eye. And once those cells in the eye die, even the eye is opened, is looking at whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
Nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high. And then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication but they are overusing it. Management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops. And if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. It's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around, it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing, to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. Being a private institution, they are not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. There was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
For 6 months, when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to LUTH or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get your eyes examined once in 2 years. But if you have a family member who suffers from glaucoma, or you have a family member who is blind, you don't know why, you should check your eyes for glaucoma. So regular eye examination is the way to detect it at a very early stage. And once it is detected, treatment is started, and we can then slow down that rate of progression.
As Cyril's eyesight was deteriorating, his work at Olashere Grammar School in Osun State was failing. In March 2015, he made a decision he never imagined he would take in his early 30s. Cyril Ojemen resigned.
I had to meet the HOD, my supervisor, that look, I cannot continue like this, that I don't want to be a burden to the students, members of staff, and especially my immediate colleagues. It's best for me to quit while the ovation was still loud.
Nothing prepared him for the challenges ahead. He was about to face trying times due to a deteriorating vision and a lack of steady income.
2016 to 2018, I will call those 2 years the worst period of my life. Number one, I stopped going out. 2, feeding myself, my family became difficult. 3, paying for children's school fees stopped. After exhausting my gratuity, nothing was coming in, a lot of expenditure came in, no income. So everything was just dry. And I felt for my children because it was something they never expected, never wanted to experience. My wife did all she could to support, but it was all to no avail. She became more or less like a beggar, asking people around for assistance. Myself, I started calling people, calling my brothers, calling those that I know, those who I don't know, to see what they can do to help me out. I got almost to a stage of depression, but my wife and my children, they stood by me, they encouraged me that it's not over.
Just when the nights got darkest, some lights shone through. Cyril got to know of the Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind at Kappa Oshodi. It's a special rehabilitation center for the blind. He didn't have the funds to enroll for the vocational training course. His friends and family began an online campaign to crowdfund his rehabilitation.
The help started with my classmates, Federal Government College Kano classmates. They came in. At first, they helped with the surgery, but after a while, they stepped back to take care of their own personal issues. But by the time I now raised the voice again in the wilderness to say, please, I need help, they came again, sent 1 or 2 things just to keep body and soul together. My elder brother came in, then ex-students, those that I taught, came in as well, and they rallied around, helped me out until I graduated.
With his fees paid, he began a 1-year process to rehabilitate for his new life.
I did braille reading and writing, did rehabilitation and mobility. Mobility is by means of how you move around without being aided with the use of a white cane. This is a white cane. It's a white cane. You just put it on the ground and you just be feeling around. It guides one, a visually impaired person, to move around freely without any fear of falling down. Then I learned how to operate the computer using keystrokes. My students from Ikeja Junior High School.
E4, 40, E4.
So I'm going through their scores. Gradually, I started getting used again to the laptop, something I felt I could not do again. And what really helped me was the application that was installed in the computer. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. On the phone, we have what we call TalkBack. So that's the way we started using handset and the computer in general. The experience changed my life and my way of seeing life in a new perspective.
In 2019, Cyril graduated as the best student at the rehabilitation school. Thereafter, he enrolled in another course by Sight Savers, an international non-governmental organization dedicated to empowering the visually impaired with digital skills.
Sight Savers really helped me out in terms of how to replan yourself, how to organize your career, how to work out your CV to make it to be a one-page document, how to prepare for an interview, what kind of questions to expect, how to do follow-up after an interview, then preparing for the work environment, and it gave me that boost and that confidence to be bold, to be self-confident, to be to have that charisma, to have that character, to move on. So Sight Savers did that for me.
Despite all this training, he was not quite prepared for the challenge of getting back into the labor market as a person with disability. Luckily, an old connection came through.
The person's name is Mrs. Grace Egbobi. I will be grateful to her. She got in touch with me and said, there's an opening in the public sector. They are looking for a maths teacher, and she's going to submit my name, being that that's my course. And an interview was conducted, and today I was employed. I was posted to Ikeja Junior High School. When I first of all met the principal, Mr. Safiu, he said he's not going to reject me because he sees in me something that that will be of benefit to the school.
He gave me a brief interview in my office, and he told me that he will be able to handle mathematics skillfully. So I said, let me give him a try. And since then, I've been watching him. And what I noticed about him is that he has great passion for this job. You will never see him coming late to work. He's always front in the class, and he does the work with passion.
I'm happy his decision of accepting me is paying dividends now. And ever since I stepped in here, I've been putting my best, and I believe the best is still yet to come.
Just when he thought getting a job was hard enough, commuting to and from work as a visually impaired man became a tough road to travel.
When I leave the compound, I stay at the gate side. The person that do help us at times, he comes in, he will take me to the bus stop. I will enter a bus going to Oshodi. I will drop at Kappa. From Kappa, I will take a bus coming down to PWD. Drop at PWD. When I get down, God has been faithful. Somebody is always there. They will take me across the railway track and to the other side, bring me over to this side, to the GRA side, drop me at the gate. At times it will be a teacher, a fellow teacher. At times it will be a student. At times just be a passerby who has a measure of kindness in him or her.
This is David Okon, former president of the Nigeria Association of the Blind. He is the current chairman of the association's education committee. Okon was born sighted, but became blind as an infant. Like Cyril, he had a hard time securing a job despite his skills and education. He's now a staunch advocate for equal opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Blind people can work as long as they have the education that is required. They need training like other people. It might be some specialized training, but honestly, it doesn't cost the price of a rocket. They need equipment that will make them function appropriately. That might cost a little more than what you give. But every employer should think this way.
Okon also analyzes the role that the Nigerian society has played in perpetuating the belief that persons with disabilities are outcast.
The society is yet to come to terms with the fact that a blind person or a person with disability is a member of the society. Or they see him as that lesser being. You can even hear things like, this handsome man or this beautiful girl or lady is blind. That is just nothing but pity. But are they ready to see you as an equal stakeholder in the society, in the organization, in the workplace, in school environment, even in the church? The answer is not in the affirmative for now. A blind person would have ordinarily not been so disadvantaged if the society was more enabled. The environment, the road networks was not built with me in mind. And even when the government even did some walkways, pavements that you could walk and not be run down by moving traffic, you find out that that is not possible because the walkways have now become markets. The bike owners, ones we call Okada, park their bikes on top there. And so I now it would then be as if I'm more handicapped than I should be.
Drawing from his personal experience with disability discrimination, Cyril makes a passionate plea for an inclusive society.
Those who have physical disabilities, they are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement. Those who are lacking education, they need to go to school. Those who need employment, they need to get employment. Those who need to even start their own crafts and their own little business, they need such help.
Every 6 minutes, someone is told they're going blind. Leading medical journal Lancet Global Health projects that global blindness will triple by 2050 to 115 million. Okon speaks to these figures as he calls for a paradigm shift in how society views and treats persons with disabilities.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind. The question then is, why don't you think of making the society a better place? In case it will be that person you know, or even you, because there is nothing that says that it cannot be you tomorrow. So that will not join us in the cry and lamentations that we're going through.
In January 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. The act criminalizes discrimination against persons with disabilities and requires all public organizations to reserve at least 5% of employment opportunities for these persons. But that law has the challenge of enforcement. As for Cyril Ojemen, he has found a job that pays him 2 times Nigeria's minimum wage, and he plans to retire in the teaching profession. However, many other PWDs are not as lucky. They can be found on the streets, begging for alms to survive, or locked up in homes, hidden by their families for fear of discrimination.
Nigeria is a beautiful country filled with cultural resources and a preserved tradition. It is famously known as the Giant of Africa, whose cultural heritage is woven from the natural beauty in her land, threads of history, and the hospitality of her people. From rainforests in the south to savanna woodlands in the center and a semi-desert region in the north, Nigeria is adorned with long stretches of exotic beaches, lush mountains, magnificent waterfalls, and a unique wildlife, boasting of enchanting tourist attractions ready to be enjoyed. Here are some tourist destinations you should add to your bucket list. Coconut Beach. Coconut Beach is located in the coastal town of Badagry, west of Lagos State, Nigeria. No place tells the story of tourism fused with history like Badagry, which is situated about 20 miles close to the border of the Benin Republic. Coconut Beach has breathtaking and beautiful ocean views, a perfect place for relaxation, with the beach being set away from the noise of suburbia. It is surrounded by thousands of coconut trees, where it got its name from, beautiful holiday resorts, vacation huts, fresh air, and an open sky, portraying an ideal rural destination for lovers of fun and holiday makers. The Obudu Mountain Resorts. Above the sea level on the Oshia ridge of the famous Sankwala Mountain sits majestically the Obudu Mountain Resort. It is located in the highlands and deep tropical forests of Cross River State, with a temperate climate and just 45 miles from the border of Cameroon. The ranch boasts of numerous pleasant mountain area and countryside views, with tourist attractions like the water park, cable car, ranch cattle and horses, waterfall, and the ancient Anape village. The Obudu Mountain Resort is a mix of adventure, beautiful scenery, and idyllic tranquility. The Yankari Game Reserve. In Bauchi State is the Yankari Game Reserve and former national park, one of West Africa's eco-destinations. It is home to several natural warm water springs and the biggest wildlife retreat. The reserve is filled with a number of activities that would help you connect with nature. Marvel at the largest herd of elephants in the country, embark on a guided safari tour, and explore the tropical forest. You'll also find beautifully constructed huts alongside some uncaged animals such as monkeys and baboons living in their natural habitat. The Yankari Game Reserve is an area of great natural beauty that provides recreational pleasure. The Ogbunike Caves. Located in a valley blanketed by tropical rainforest in Anambra State, are a collection of caves knitted with historical and spiritual significance. The Ogbunike Caves are associated with living traditions said to be preserved by the people for many centuries. Descending into the valley where the caves are located is a walkway made up of about 317 steps, and visitors must remove their shoes before entering the caves based on tradition. The caves are beautifully surrounded by streams of water flowing out from one of the tunnels into River Nkisa. Seen as a trove for tourists, the Ogbunike Caves make an ideal destination. The Owu Waterfalls. Described as a wonder in the wilderness is the Owu Waterfalls, located in Kwara State. Cascading from a height of about 120 meters to a pool of ice-cold water, the Owu Waterfalls is one of the highest and most fascinating waterfalls to watch in West Africa. It is a beautiful scenery which can only be appreciated when explored. Experience the fine mix of awesome attractions at the Owu Waterfalls, making it a memorable haven for your next vacation. The Osun-Osogbo Grove. Situated on the outskirts of Osogbo, the capital of Osun State is the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a large cultural landscape of undistributed forest dedicated to Osun, the Yoruba goddess of fertility, love, water, and beauty. The grove, which spans about 75 hectares of land, is a tourist destination that has sacred shrines, sanctuaries, sculptures, and artworks. The forest contains about 400 different species of plants that are used for medicinal purposes. Classified as one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, this sacred forest attracts a large number of tourists, and it is definitely worth visiting. Nigeria is a beautiful land waiting to be explored, and you are encouraged to visit and enjoy these wonderful tourist destinations.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909.
APC rejects Bayelsa governorship election result, says over 84,000 votes meant for Timipre were cancelled by INEC. And former President Olusegun Obasanjo says African countries must discard the liberal democracy practiced by most Western countries. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The All Progressive Congress has rejected the results of the Bayelsa State governorship election, which produced Governor Duye Diri of People's Democratic Party (PDP) as the candidate with the most valid votes during the Saturday poll. The Saturday 11th of November poll. The party revealed further that the next step was to challenge the result before the tribunal because the electioneering process in the state was characterized by rigging and manipulation by the electoral body and INEC. Joining us live is Honorable Ofoni Williams, former member by Bayelsa State House of Assembly. Honorable Williams, how are you today?
No, we thank God.
So, what is this we are hearing about your party and the result of the last governorship elections in Bayelsa?
The November 11th election for governorship elections had come and gone, but it's a tragedy that had occurred in Bayelsa State politically, political tragedy. Political tragedy in the sense that over 84,000 votes APC got through the electorate had been cancelled by INEC. And the cancellation is discriminatory, and it frowns at the Electoral Act that is the ground norm for the elections. Why? Because once results are entered at the unit, and the presiding officer at the unit deem it fit for the elections, for the results to be entered, so be it. And when it gets to the LG coalition, it is collated. But unfortunately, and why it's a tragedy, is because at the point of coalition at the local government level, results have been cancelled. INEC does not have the impetus or the power to do so, because the ground norms indicate that once results are entered, it's only the judiciary, any aggrieved party can go to court. And as to why is aggrieved or she's aggrieved. And that is the ground norm. And unfortunately for us, when results have been entered, results are cancelled at the local government collation centers, with an aberration, uncalled for, a sad phenomenon, a sad commentary to our democracy and the electoral process. So it remains a tragedy for now. Bayelsas are mourning the outcome of the elections because Bayelsas had anticipated from darkness, from an absence of potable drinking water, from food insecurity. That's what APC stands for, and that's what APC would have done to the electorate.
Honorable Ofoni.
Yeah.
Honorable
I can hear you.
To somebody like me, it may seem as though somebody like you is crying more than the bereaved. The candidate of your party in that election, subsequent to the pronouncement of the victory of the governor, has visited him. Has he not?
I'm afraid that the governor has done that. What is trending in the social media is the time when Senator Dorede lost his father, Chief Timipre Silva, was at his residence in his village to console him, to extend felicitation of sympathy to him. And that's what has been brandished in the social media.
So you are basically...
And I'm not crying more than the bereaved. I'm not crying more than the bereaved because I'm an APC member. The victory for APC is not that of Chief Timipre Silva, it's the victory for APC, and all of us are APC members.
No,
let's
get this straight. Honorable Ofoni, are you saying that subsequent to that election and the pronouncement of the result of the election, are you saying that the pictures that we have seen of the candidate of your party visiting the winner, that is artificial intelligence generated pictures? Is that what you're saying?
Not actually artificial generated. That occasion or that scene you see is at the point Senator Doedri lost his father, and condolence was being paid to Senator Doedri by Chief Timothy Silva. That is the picture that is being brandished.
After the elections or before the elections?
Before the elections, months before the elections.
Months before the elections. So
yes.
We really have to be very careful what we see and believe now.
Yes.
Okay, let's get back to the issue of the elections now. Now, your party has stated that it's going to appeal or is going to file a petition on the conduct of the elections. I would ordinarily, or anybody would ordinarily have thought that you need to be preparing your case for the tribunal rather than this media ventilations. What do you think?
Of course, you are right. The party is on ground. The party is doing the needful. The party is preparing a case to go to the tribunal to adjudicate as to why the discrimination was made out to them is unjust. Why I say the discrimination was unjust because it's only APC votes that are being counted in the said elections, November 11th, which is discriminatory. And that is why APC is aggrieved and APC wants to be in the tribunal. And as it stands now, they are collating the facts, going to the tribunal. And we are believing God that when we go to the tribunal, justice will be upheld.
But also, the APC seems to have a record of generating some dodgy votes, especially in that particular local government. Is it Brass or what's the name of the local government now? And that's actually where your gubernatorial candidate comes from. That you have a track record of generating some very fictitious votes from that area. So if INEC's officials did the right thing, are you saying they ought to just accommodate those votes and just allow them to pass, and then you people want to go get to the court and settle it?
Okay, as a
Is
matter
that
of
what you're
fact,
saying? Honorable Ofoni.
I'm with you.
Yeah, the floor is yours. Sorry, we had a glitch, connection glitch, and thank God you're back. The floor is yours. Would you want to continue with the point you were making?
Yes, of course. To put the record straight, every political party has its own strongholds. Yes, it's no doubt that one of the strongholds of the APC is the Eastern Senatorial District of Bayelsa State, which comprises of Ogbea, Nembe, and Brass. And we are expected to do better in that senatorial district, despite the fact that our candidate, Chief Timothy Silva, is from that senatorial district too, because we have strong hold of the APC in that houses, and likely Southern Nigeria and part of Ninagwa. But unfortunately, what had happened is not necessarily because we had fictitious votes from that senatorial district. The votes we had are valid votes from the electorate. So the electorate that voted massively for our party and our candidate. But unfortunately for us, INEC were decided to play the role of the policeman. The hot motto had cancelled the results that had already been entered at the unit, which goes contrary to the Electoral Act. And the Electoral Act is the ground norm for these elections in question. So one wondered why, what informed, on what premises that INEC or INEC coalition officers at the LG Center, coalition center, now decided to cancel elections that had already been entered at the unit and at the unit level. Because once results are entered at the unit level, even the chairman of the commission, INEC, has no right to cancel the election because the presiding officer on ground is in a better position to explain and to know as to when and what will amount to cancellation of elections. Not somebody somewhere else, maybe at the local government LGA center, collection center, will now come and cancel results that have been duly accredited to a political party. Now, we had that problem in Nobia, we had a problem in Nembe, we had a problem in Southern Niger. So it's astonishing as to why only APC is being discriminated against. But where PDP fared very well, like in my local government area, 5 communities out of 48 communities produced 56% of the votes accredited to PDP. What happened? It was accepted by INEC. They never saw that as a strong goal of the PDP. They never saw anything wrong with the results from that local government. So why would they do the contrary to APC in our stronghold? It's a question that the court need to find answers to when we actually arrive at the tribunal.
To be honest with you, the good thing is that you have a recourse to the law to seek for redress, but without wanting to sound somewhat disrespectful, the way you are articulating your argument is speaking to the aberration that we saw happen in Adamawa when a blatant case of gangsterism was effected, and your party was using the same argument that in so much as that brazen act of gangsterism had been conducted, the only place for redress would be the court. Why is it that your party seems to be very confident in just wanting to, go to the courts at all costs like that? Why? It is seemingly disturbing, and it's putting the reputation of the judiciary. We had a guest yesterday who was lambasting the judiciary, believing that the APC now has turned the judiciary to even, the presidential candidate of the PDP, who just lost to the presidential candidate, went to Kano or was talking about the Kano election and was also giving the same reasoning. That is like the APC now is overly confident. Whenever they bounce anything to the courts, they will be happy, rather than just let the system play itself clean and nice. Is that right? Hello, Honorable.
As a matter of fact, yes, I'm with you. As a matter of fact, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
As a matter of fact, what is happening in Nigeria is that when the judiciary is on your side, or maybe you win an election, or you win a case in the court, the judiciary is perfectly good and okay. But if you lose that at the judiciary, you start crying foul. That is the Nigerian factor, and that's what Nigerians have turned the judiciary to be. When the judiciary does not favor them, they lambaste the judiciary. When the judiciary favors them, they clap for the judiciary. So if we are civil citizens that are considered APC, so we want the thing to go through the granny mill completely. We don't want a situation where we will recourse to violence. That's why we always prefer that the court should intervene. Unlike what INEC have just done, INEC is the prosecutor, INEC is the one who is arrested, INEC is the judge. It's absolutely wrong. There is absolute separation of powers. And INEC function is to conduct elections and announce results. And if there's any issues from any said elections, it is for us to go, the aggrieved parties to go to court. That is the most civilized conduct. And that's what APC is doing. And not necessarily that APC is glad to go to tribunal. It's only when we are aggrieved that we go to court. If PDP is not aggrieved, PDP will not go to court. If PDP is equally aggrieved, PDP will equally go to court. So there's no need for people to come up with a aberration that APC is glad to go to court, and we will not suggest that go to court after the elections. No. We are saying go to court because that is procedural, and that is a civilized way of conducting our activities and conducting oneself, and that's what APC embraces.
But let's get a bit more forensic now. Just getting a bit more forensic. Would you not think that, one, your party are presenting an ancient marina, quote unquote, the best phraseology and the best metaphor I can use. Your party presenting an ancient marina for that election, number one. Number two, the legal or technical jurisprudential issue that he had prior to the elections, you don't think that all those factors too may have contributed to the unfortunate result that your party got, notwithstanding all these claims of the 84,000 invalidated votes?
It gladdens me to note and to tell the whole world that what transpired at that before the elections, before we are now brought back to the ballot, was a political psychological warfare launched by PDP to a large extent. And that is why when that judgment came, PDP were jubilating. And when the judgment was overturned, the judiciary became a bad boy. So that kind of scenario and that kind of practice and that kind of notion, that kind of belief of Nigeria are uncalled for, and it's saddening. And that kind of decision does not give the judiciary the appropriate concern to do what is just. It's intimidatory to the judiciary. When a party lost, the party will lambaste the judiciary. When they wins, they clap for the judiciary. That is not what's supposed to be. When the arbiters are not giving judgment, we should abide by the judgment. And you see, the issue of who represent a nation minority does not even exist. As far as I'm concerned, because election is precipitated based on the performance of any person. That's why it needs to be re-elected. And as I earlier mentioned before, in the past, you see, Bayelsa State is at war with darkness. There's absolutely a portable drinking water, a pint of a portable drinking water is absent. There's food insecurity. And let me tell you, for instance, now, particularly in my local government, when PDP was canvassing for vote, the only thing PDP can afford to tell people in my local government is that there is zoning, there is need for the AG to complete its 8 years without cogent reasons. They were only noted the fact that there was zoning. And I asked myself, when it was the turn for the South to produce the presidential candidate for PDP, they forgot that it was zoning. When the senatorial elections in my local government, in my senatorial district, particularly Bayelsa West, came up, even when the current senator in Bayelsa West said it's going to complete the immediately past senator 2 years in office, everybody clapped for him, and there was need for him to go and complete that tenure. Thereafter, he had gone for another tenure. They've forgotten zoning. So you see, so you can now see that the vote that is accredited to, particularly in my local, accredited to PDP, is a political somersault, because the votes are not precipitated on nothing. Because the votes ought not to be listed. They don't need to elicit that amount of vote from Sagoma local government, particularly because there was nothing actually that is convincing that they need to get that kind of vote from Sagoma local government area, who had turned around to become the Kano of Bayelsa State elections.
But if you are
it's unfortunate, because that is a political somersault.
Honorable,
Thank you.
If you're using that reasoning, an average Nigerian political watcher or an average Nigerian enlightened mind will be wondering how come your party won the last presidential elections when in the last 8 years your party seemed to have deepened poverty, seemed to have deepened, increased the discomfitures of life. So one in your position must be very careful not to use that rationalization or that reasoning, because it could boomerang. Don't you think so?
Let me be clean on this subject matter. There's relative hardship all over the world. Even in places like France, America, Canada, there's a hike in food price and many other items. Like now, that's why government has
Honorable, We must give it to him. He was battling the question.
Now we have removed our own subsidy. Removing our own subsidy, the government is doing a bit to ensure that there's light behind the tunnel. And the government is working around the clock to ensure that the people are relieved of the hardship. But be that it may be, back home in Bayelsa State, the government itself has weaponized poverty. Like I told you previously, that the palliatives are being shared along party line. Even as I speak today, this afternoon today, that we are granting this interview, the palliatives are still being shared on party lines. The palliatives are taken to certain persons' domain, and they are being shared in small vehicles. What they call this vehicle, Ayana. They are carrying these products to people's houses. Bags of rice, like say 50-30, is taken to one man's house. What manner of sharing palliative is that? That is what is happening in Bayelsa State. And PDP, I stand to be corrected. Let them come and say what I'm saying is a lie, or it's not truth. It's a very sad phenomenon we find ourselves. And that's why the people are earnestly wanting APC to form the government of the day in Bayelsa State. And we hopefully believe that there's light beyond the tunnel at the end of the tribunal.
We really wish your party the very best at the tribunal, and that working the machinery of the electoral system to the Supreme Court, because inevitably, as it is the fact now in all Nigerian elections, it is almost certain that this litigation, if kick-started, would end up at the Supreme Court. We wish you all the best. Honorable, it's been very engaging, very interesting having you, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
We'll go on a short break now, and when we're back, we do the second segment of the show.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetomobi.
Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has declared that Western liberal democracy has failed in Africa because it was forced, quote unquote, forced on the continent. The former president noted that the Western liberal democracy will never work as a system of government in Africa because it does not take into account the view of the majority of the people. Let's take a listen.
We have a system of government in which we have no hands to define and design, and we continue with it, even when we know that it is not working for us. Those who brought it to us are now questioning the rightness of their invention, its deliverability, and its relevance today without.
Joining us live is constitutional lawyer Evans Ofeli. Barrister Ofeli, Good to have
Yes,
you
sir.
on Plus Politics.
Thank you.
What can we say about the remark of this elder statesman on liberal democracy and its seeming futility or its seeming anachronism of a sort in our polity?
Well, I think that the statement he just made is one that calls for a lot of interrogation. First of all, he meant that the Western liberal democracy is one that we have practiced for a while, but it appears that we are not able to practice it exactly as the West practice it. And I think he's right to that extent. It's right to the extent that we have practiced it in a manner that leaves a lot to be desired. Okay, from the way we conduct our political system to electioneering to getting to the tribunal and then getting the result. And we have defined our own kind of liberal democracy, which in itself is not liberal, by the way. I agree with him, except that the messenger himself also contributed massively to the distorted democratic result that we have had over the years. He has led this country both as a military head of state and as a civilian president, and he should know. And it was under his watch that democracy could not succeed, as it were. He even created a layer of a third-term attempt, which was never democratic, which was unconstitutional and all that. I think that while he makes that remark, he should also let the public know and the entire international community know that he contributed immensely to the distorted value and the outright inconsistent democratic results that we have today in the country. He has mentored people too during his reign as the PDP leader. Of course, being a president of the country, is the leader of the party. He introduced what he called the do or die affair kind of politics. He also superintended over human rights abuse and violations that was akin to genocide. Okay, and he also contributed immensely to the distortion of the economic value of the Nigerian state, given that for 8 years he didn't perform as much as he should have done, given that we're just coming out from military regime. The democracy was fresh. The economy was not this bad, but that dividend of democracy that was desired by the citizens, we didn't get it. We're not up to this number in population. We had a good opportunity to fix electricity, for example. We couldn't do that. We had good opportunity to fix the economy, make it robust, lay the foundation for which the coming leaders or successive leaders would have built on. But all that were not delivered. So I think it's a message that is made in good faith, but same message shot the messenger at the foot.
So you find it a bit difficult to separate the messenger from the message. However, the color of the truism that the message wears to you, is that what you're saying?
Of course, the message is quite clear and is the truth. It's the truth to the extent that it is given we have not been able to practice democracy the way it is practiced. Look at the issues of freedom of speech, for example. In the last 4 or 5 years, we've had a repression of the citizen, even to assemble freely and protest peacefully. you are being hunted down, okay, today. So that's not how it is practiced in the West, from where it came from. The issue of the welfare, the security and welfare of the citizens, okay, is guaranteed in where democracy came from. It's not guaranteed in Nigeria. Okay, certain aspect of the Constitution of the Federal of Nigeria is not justiciable. It is justiciable where democracy came from. Okay, if you look at our political development,
what are the justiciable principles that you would like to see replicated here? Let's talk to the specifics now, because I tend to be hearing a somewhat utopian portraiture of democracy in the West. And I don't know anywhere now in the world where liberal democracy has not been faced with disillusionment. Indeed, in some respects, voter apathy. So let's speak to what are the classical differences of our democracy to what prevails, say, in any Western liberal democracy that it was juxtaposing Nigeria's liberal democracy with.
Okay, I'll give you many as much as possible. Let's look at the issues of Chapter 2 of our Constitution, for example, where public health care is one of the fundamental objective and directive principles of state policy. Public health care, for example, is not visibly organized here. In the West, it is. In the West, it is. So that one is very clear. Public health care is guaranteed in the West, not guaranteed here. That's one. Two, human rights in terms of the welfare and security of the citizen is guaranteed in the West to a large extent, to the extent that the public are largely secured, except for some cases, maybe in the US, where you have gone back to another, which is actually exceptional. It's not an attack on the populace, okay, in as it were. It is usually an attack between people with differences and the rest of that. So to a large extent, security and welfare report, access to credit is guaranteed. You don't need to have 100% of funds before you access goods and services over there in the West. Okay, meritocracy. Over there in the West, the policies of government acceptability, employment is based on meritocracy. Okay, not on nepotistic tendencies and tendencies that are repugnant as it were. Okay, so it's guaranteed. When you look at also the issues of human rights generally, from the right to life, to right to freedom of movement, to expression, to, the rest of it, largely so. I know that in the West, there are certain areas that they are challenged, but it is not to the volume or quantum we have it here in Nigeria, where, the rights of citizens are willfully suppressed by the establishment, and the government will get away with it.
How would you respond to the argument that says that some of the things you have itemized working in the West are not working in, say, our polity, or in most quote-unquote purported liberal democracies of Africa, that some of these things are functions of poverty rather than the organic dystopia of democracy, that you fundamentally need to solve the problem of poverty. And if you really look at the history of the West, before they got to where they are now, they passed through the kind of thing we are experiencing now because of the relative poverty that prevailed in their societies then. How would you respond to that?
Well, from the get-go, from the get-go, if you look at the Constitution, the people's poverty should be blamed on their government. Because if you look at the Constitution in section 14.3, it said that the government shall stir the economy in such a way that it will guarantee prosperity of the people. Section 14. That the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. So by the time you juxtapose this with the West, you see,
Is Barrister Ofeli still there?
The knowledge and perhaps the knowledge to take on government officials on the
Barrister Ofeli, the connection is a bit rough.
The citizens would have gotten to a point where.
Hello, Barrister Ofeli. Can you switch off the video and let's just do audio?
Otherwise, they should be able to enforce their rights under the law by making concerted effort to ensure that government guarantees the basics of the human condition under the Nigerian state. So the people are so repressed. You talk about the fact that the West went through a lot of difficulties before they got to where they are. We have also suffered enough. We have gone through a lot of difficulties. 60 years plus is enough time to have fixed our economy and place it in a way, in an area where it will guarantee the rights of the citizens and it will give the citizens the dividend of democracy and what is required by law. But here, rather than stir the economy to favor the citizen, it is stirred to favor just the bourgeois. The very few, less than 1% of the people in our country are the ones that enjoy the dividends of democracy under our legal system as currently constituted.
Barrister Ofeli, and this will be my last question for you. You don't think that it is somewhat functionally delusional for a country that the only thing it has done consistently, positively, or indeed, in fact, it is anathema to use the word positive in that instance. The only thing Nigeria has increased on is our population since independence. When we got independence in 1960, we were 58 million people. Now we are more than 200 million. And with our 200 million plus population, 3 times the South African worker produces, with such an economy where resources are daily task, we add 5 million, the population of Norway, or the population of Gabon, we add 5 million to our population every year. And somebody who twice ruled Nigeria within those 6 decades now has the temerity to be finger-pointing and be pontificating when ordinarily he had 2 major chances to make sure that population could have been positively controlled or productivity could have been positively increased. I'm thinking maybe somebody like you need to review this thing more critically than just buying the sexy part of the submission.
Yes, I understand that that the population has increased astronomically. But that doesn't mean that government has also performed either. Yes, over the years, government have not shown.
Barrister Ofeli,
government have not shown any positive.
Unfortunately, we have to go on this occasion. The line has not been too good. We really want to appreciate you for your invaluable contribution, the robustness of your intellectual contributions, and thank you for enriching the program. We really have to go at this juncture. Thank you. Today's throwback. Madam Tinubu, the Egba woman whose name and legacy still define Lagos's reward for tenacity. Richest Nigerians of the 1800s and the early 1900s, and the timeless lessons we must learn from them for lasting riches. I must start this short literary biopic with a stern intellectual warning. Madam Efunroye Tinubu's bittersweet life, when put to review by modern literary critics, must not be subjected to the harsh lens, quote-unquote, of presentism, that is the practice of interpreting and evaluating past events and historical figures based on present-day moral, social, and cultural standards. Efunroye Tinubu, 1810 to 1887, born Efunroye Tinubu, was a peculiarly enigmatic Yoruba female merchant and slave trader in pre-colonial and colonial Lagos, Nigeria, quote-unquote. She was a politically and economically astute and influential figure in Lagos during the reigns of Obas or Kings Adele, Dosumu, Oluwole, and Akitoye, helping the latter two Obas to attain the throne. She married Oba Adele while he was in exile and followed him to Lagos on his reinstallation. She used his connections to establish a successful trading network with the Portuguese, Spanish, and Brazilian merchants in slaves, tobacco, salt, cotton, palm oil, coconut oil, and firearms. She reportedly owned over 360 personal slaves, some of whom she used to constitute a standing militia. She indeed had her own army. She reportedly, next to the Olota of Oto and the mainland, had owned the largest piece of real estate on mainland Lagos. A sprawling kola nut farm, Igbo Obi, from whence the Igbo Obi name was coined, was said to have encompassed the whole of where the National Orthopedic Hospital is in Igbobi today, and as far westward as Obele and where Luth, Lagos University Teaching Hospital, is presently located. Madam Tinubu died in 1887 and was buried in Ojokodo quarters of the ancient city of Abeokuta after she had been declared persona non grata in Lagos due to her refusal to stop trading in slaves, and also after she had deployed her wealth and connections to supply arms and ammunition to Egba forces in the battle with which they liberated themselves from the rapacious Dahomis, a role which earned her the highly esteemed title of Iyalode Egba. The famous Tinubu Square on Lagos Island, a place originally known as Ita Tinubu's Court, was changed to Independence Square in the First Republic before it was reverted to its former or original name, Also, a statue memorializing her stance in Abeokuta today, the didactic, Madam Tinubu's heroic life, both before and after her death, portrays a woman of purpose, determination, grit, and strategy. She, like many go-getter men of all times, refused to let fear define her life. She reportedly married up to 5 times, her first in her natal Owu, second to Oba Adele, and thrice later to war captains in Lagos and Abeokuta after her eviction from Lagos. That's it on the show tonight. I'm Bola Oba. Have a good night.
Gastroenteritis, just like the way it sounds, that's coined from the Latin word gastro, then enteritis. That means stomach, intestine. Then itis means inflammation of the gastro. So it means an infection of that alimentary canal, that canal where the food goes through and comes out. So any infection at any point in time there, at that point, we call it gastroenteritis. Yes, numerous things, but the major thing, the major pathology there, the major cause is an infection. Now, it could be secretory, it could be inflammatory, it could be that of drug-induced, or what the foodborne, from the foodborne disease. Now, some people would take unclean food in, and from that point in time, there's an infection. The body will want to reject it. So how it operates, the system has a mechanism to take in whatever is eaten. But when it takes in something that's foreign, let's say an organism, maybe a bacteria, maybe a virus, maybe a fungal, what it does is to want to eliminate it. So once it absorbs and it adheres to it, it wants to wash it off. So at that point in time, it gets to lose fluid. So that's why people go to the toilet and say, wow, I've gone to the toilet like 3, 4, 5 times. The symptoms mostly are through diarrhea and vomiting or nausea. Nausea is a feeling of vomiting, and vomiting is actually puking it out. Then diarrhea frequency of going to the toilet to ease off. So the body tends to push out a lot of fluid into the system, which wants to release all these organisms, these contaminants from the body. So diarrhea, the definition is not actually coined in any way, but most people would define it as once the stool takes the form of any container. If it's either a square container, if it's circular, that means it's going to be watery, and the frequency more than up to 5 times a day. It's an highly infectious disease, actually. Very, very infectious. It can range from being mild, where it's self-limiting, it's self-contained. The person just goes to the toilet once or twice or 3 times and say, oh, it's over. Oh, I popped one medication and everything's over. And it could be life-threatening. And the mode of transmission is mostly fecal-oral. Somebody defecates in probably nearby drinking system, maybe in a stream, or goes to the toilet, does not clean properly, now goes to the kitchen to prepare food, or the vegetables bought from the market are not properly cooked. You know, nowadays people are eating fruit salads and all the rest. You know, broken skin from fruits, the leafy vegetables, the carrots, and all that things are not properly prepared. So once there's contact with an infected feces, that's a stool, and the person takes it in, or through poor water, maybe drink it from the tap or contaminated cup. And this issue of roadside people that are cooking nowadays, you find them use one basin of water to wash like 300 plates. you know, and they give it to serve the next meal. The food may be steaming hot, but the plate is dirty. It's contaminated. So when they eat it, they get infected. Yes, preventions are in 3 phases. Usually, there are usually 4 phases: primordial, primary, secondary, and tertiary. Vaccination is key.
What is a vaccine?
Yeah, there are vaccines for numerous, pneumococcal vaccines, measles vaccines, the rotavirus vaccines. Most times it is seasonal. During the raining season, poor sanitation. You find people dumping refuse in a nearby drainage system, expecting it to flow out of the community. Just 100 naira or 200 naira or 500 naira every week to take away the waste, properly dispose it, has been difficult. So what they do that, oh, the drainage is flowing. This is flood. They put it in there for it to flow. And all this will form a stasis. It's going to stop somewhere, and there's going to be backflow. Now, most of these things will wash up to the stream. People go there to take drinking water, maybe to wash their clothes or to wash their plates. In communities where it's so bad, they might boil the water not up to what it should be. They may not filtrate so well. Or those that imitate and they do pure water, fake pure waters, fake bottled waters, and they sell it to the community back. So hygiene is key. So if that is not corrected, then you're going to be having infections over and over again. Now, the main form of contact, fecal, there could be a measure there. At that point in time, something could happen with the plates or with the meal, since it's not properly handled, and give you something to eat. And that person contacts it from there. And you say, but I've been eating in this restaurant for a while. For like 2-3 years, I've been going there and I've not had issues. And the next thing is, I just went there yesterday. After 4 hours, I've been to the toilet like 7 times. And that has been my only meal for the day. So you see how easy it is to get contaminated, to come in contact with this. The Norwalk virus, the Salmonella typhi, the Giardia lambda, so many other diseases like that. In this period, we advise people to take probably carbonated drinks when they're going outside, especially the travelers. Don't say you see someone boiling egg on the street and, give me egg, I'm traveling, don't worry, I want something. Nah, eat light, okay? Avoid vegetables, salads, and stuff like that. Excuse me. Now, if you're going to eat, ensure it's steaming hot, above 60 degrees. If it's going to be cold, let it be less than 4 degrees centigrade. At that period, those temperatures, most bacteria don't thrive. Most, I don't say all, most don't thrive at that stage. So you could have a measure to escape food poisoning. So people say food poisoning, yeah? Those are foodborne diseases that could occur. The refuse in the state, in every developing nation, you will have that there because there's people coming in there, large migrants, and they use a lot of refuse. So refuse to reuse your refuse may cause gastroenteritis. If you refuse to reuse your refuse, that's recycling.
Oh, okay.
So people, if you look at it now, people are going to recycling. The waste in somewhere in Ojota there can be converted to power. In Singapore, in Coventry, in so many other places like that, they convert their waste to wealth. So why are we wasting it? The last time they had an explosion there at Ojota where they put refuse was a methane gas, which can be used and converted to energy. It doesn't cost anything. So I think the population, the youth out there, if you're looking for work now, start recycling cans. People are buying them. They're exporting aluminum in granules. They're buying plastics. It's cheaper to recycle nowadays. But whatever you're picking is free. So instead of blocking the drainages, pick them up. So the drainages can flow easily. So there can be reduction in the rate of unemployment, infection of gastroenteritis, and also the pollution will be reduced. To curtail an epidemic, there's a system. Start to the local government or the LCDAs. Every month, diseases seen in hospitals are reported to local government areas. Data has been collated and sent to the monitoring agency in the state. If this data is used for data's sake, like, oh, we've collated this, and there's no implementation or review of the diseases that are present, well, that's the way to spot epidemic. Oh, 13 hospitals have picked up 5 patients each in social areas. We have gastroenteritis. No, it's dysentery. No, it's cholera. We've been able to identify in certain areas. Yes, there are warning signs. But take note, most of these people don't get to the hospitals. So government should be able to cater for that. How would they cater for that? They need to come to the community more. Just the way they go about the national immunization program, where they go around door to door, they need to go around, knock doors and talk to them. Oh, this is waste in front of you. Why are you keeping waste in your compound? You know, no, take them out. You're going to be fined. Okay, let's help you to take it out. You can't afford it. You know, such measures could come in place, like incentives for them. Okay, you in this house, if you take away your trash, we'll give it to you free. Or probably at the end of the year, if you're able to pay 6,000 for the whole year to remove your trash, we'll give you rebates, or no, we'll give you awards. You know, things like that should come into place to give people incentives, because everybody wants the easy way out. They rather throw trash in the drainage. They rather just go out there to buy medication over the counter to give the child. They rather just ignore government policies when there are no incentives. But if this mass communication incentives, if there are things to make people do the right thing, so the government should go ahead and embrace it. People that usually present, they come with like, I've got abdominal cramps. After going to the toilet the first time, it relieved. No, the cramps is coming back. So there's a cramp and they go to the toilet. Certain organisms, you know, are culprits for that. Oh, I've been vomiting. No, I feel like vomiting. Those are signs, those are symptoms. So they need to present to the hospital. But in case they need a first aid, someone that's probably not vomiting, there's ORS. They can take the rapid salt therapy and quickly drink. They can make it at home, you know, and quickly take it before presenting to the hospital. So when they come to the hospital, probably they've been vomiting. Someone who's vomiting cannot take orally then. So we need something more. So I would advise, don't go to the over-the-counter and purchase certain medications for it. You don't know what you're treating. It may just be virus that doesn't need antibiotics at all. It could be self-limiting that will go on its own. But if you can't go to the hospital that you can't afford, go to the primary health care center. Just check in there and lodge the complaints. Let's see before it gets worse. Because if it's cholera, it's deadly. It's highly contagious. In an hospital setting, they quarantine such people. You set them apart, then you try to rehydrate with fluid much more than what the person will probably afford at the end of the day. So let us be penny wise and pounds foolish.
Good evening, I am Shade Uwe, and this is News Update. The Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, JISN, Osun State Chapter, has embarked on an indefinite industrial action with immediate effect. The strike is coming on the heels of the protest on Monday and Tuesday by Osun JISN over the allegations of maladministration against the embattled Osun Chief Judge Justice Oyebola Adekpele Ojo. The JISN members also accused her of unduly persecuting some members of staff and denying them entitlements ranging from restoration of training exercises, areas of wardrobe allowance from 2021 to 2023, and reinstatement of judiciary staff in the state suspended by Justice Adekpele Ojo. The strike was declared on Wednesday by the chairman of JISN in the state, Oluwagbenga Olakunle Eludire. The Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Soho, on Tuesday approved the redeployment of 94 judges across Federal High Court divisions in the country. The redeployment is aimed at boosting manpower and optimizing the distribution of judicial officers following the recent appointment of 23 new Federal High Court judges. Some major locations seeing shuffling of Federal High Court judges include Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Benin, and Kano. A deadline of January 8, 2024 resumption date was given to the affected judges in the posting order announced by Soho. There was confusion in Kano State on Tuesday with the emergence of a certified true copy of the Court of Appeal judgment on the state governorship election. While the widely reported verdict of the court last Friday indicated that the appellate court upheld the decision of the petition tribunal sacking Governor Abba Yusuf, the State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice Haruna Isa Dederi argued that CTC of the judgment showed that Yusuf's victory at the poll was affirmed by the appeal court. He said, as indicated in the written judgment, the Court of Appeal set aside the judgment of the Kano Election Petition Tribunal for lacking in merit. A federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt has granted an interim injunction restraining Martin Chike Amayewule, who maintains that he is the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, and his deputy, Domle Mahold, from disturbing, obstructing, or interfering with the legislative proceedings of the Assembly. The court also restrained the lawmakers from preventing the legislative duties and functions of Edison Ehie as Speaker in accordance with the Constitution, pending the hearing and determination of the motion or notice filed in the suit. The Federal High Court Abuja has fixed February 22, 2024 for hearing in the suit challenging the appointment of Mr. Ola Olukoyede as the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Justice Obiora Egu-Atil stated this on Wednesday after the parties agreed that the date was convenient for all. Recall that Opatola, an Abuja-based lawyer, had dragged the federal government, NAS, and Attorney General to court over alleged illegal appointments of Olukoyede as the chairman of EFCC. The judge subsequently adjourned the matter until February 22, 2024. Justice Amza Mohazu of the Federal Capital Territory High Court Abuja has granted the immediate past governor of the central bank, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, bail in the sum of 300 million naira and two shorties in like sum. The shorties must have certificates of occupancy and titles of properties within the Maitama district. Emefiele is also mandated to deposit all his travel documents with the registrar of the court and must remain within the Abuja Municipal Council. He is now expected to remain in Kuje Correctional Center pending when he meets the bail conditions.
The fact that he was granted bail, he had the opportunity to leave this country, he did not leave and came to court willingly, weighed heavily in the mind of the court. And that was one of the factors that the court considered in granting him bail. The court also considered the fact that the charges before the court are bailable and other reasons were given. So the court decided to exercise its discretion by granting him bail. That was what happened. As to his presence, well, There was an order of court for him to be remanded pending proceedings of today. Today he's not here, but it's not much of a big deal because trial is not commencing today. It was just for ruling, and the court could dispense with his presence today since it was just ruling for bail. At the next adjourned date when trial commences, certainly I'm sure he will be here.
Well, you were in court when my friend for the defendant was saying that my lord should make an order to stop further rearrest or the repeat of what had happened before, and the court made it clear to him that my lord will not grant immunity to the defendant if there are other cases or other charges. Other sister agencies will not be stopped from doing their statutory job or function. So that is just what happened, and we have given my lord undertaking that in respect of the charge before the court, the issue of the arrest of the defendant will not happen.
Barely 40 days to the end of the year, the federal government has urged the Supreme Court to grant an extension of time for old Naira notes to remain in circulation. The government wants the Apex Court to lift its March 3 order that old Naira notes should remain legal tender along with new notes till December 31st. It added that an extension of time is necessary because, due to the economic crisis, it has not been able to print the volume of new notes that would enable it to phase out old currency before December 31st. The federal government further explained that should the Supreme Court decline its request to extend the period of circulation of old notes, the country stands the risk of descending into another national economic and financial crisis, as witnessed in the first quarter of the year, when the Naira redesign policy was being implemented under former Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele. The Commissioner of Police in Adamawa State, CP Afolabi Babatola, has condemned the recent clash between police and military officers in Yola, the state capital. The clash, which occurred on Tuesday night, resulted in the death of one police officer, Inspector Jacob Daniel. In a statement, CP Babatola described the incident as unfortunate and regrettable, as he ordered an immediate investigation into the matter to ensure peace and justice. The CP warned that attacks on all security officers in the line of duty would no longer be tolerated. He stressed that the police hold the lives of all security personnel sacrosanct and that such unwarranted conflict would be strictly treated in accordance with extant laws. Moving on to other parts of Africa. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS Parliament, has appealed to the heads of state and government in the region to lift the sanctions imposed on the Niger Republic. The head of state in ECOWAS had last July imposed sanctions on the Niger Republic to protest the ouster of President Mohamed Bazoum by certain military officers led by erstwhile Presidential Guard Commander General Abdurrahim Chishani. The chief whip of the Senate, Senator Ali Ndume, who addressed journalists after the opening session of the parliament, declared that states in Nigeria, about 7 of them bordering Niger Republic, are at the receiving end of the sanctions. In outside Africa, Israel's government and Hamas have agreed to a 4-day pause in fighting to allow the release of 50 hostages held in Gaza in exchange for 150 Palestinians imprisoned in Israel and the entry of humanitarian aid into the besieged enclave. Officials from Qatar, which have been mediating secret negotiations, as well as the U.S., Israel, and Hamas, have for days been saying a deal was imminent. A statement by Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said 50 women and children will be released over 4 days, during which there will be a pause in fighting. Hamas said the 50 hostages will be released in exchange for 150 Palestinian women and children who are held in Israeli jails. Meanwhile, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres welcomes the agreement reached by Israel and Hamas with the mediation of Qatar, supported by Egypt and the United States. This is an important step in the right direction, but much more needs to be done. a spokesman for Guterres said in a statement. Poland said it has charged 16 foreign individuals with spying for Russia for allegedly preparing acts of sabotage and gathering information and military equipment deliveries to Ukraine. The charges against the spy ring, which was dismantled in March, were announced by the Office of the Intelligence Service Coordinator, Mariusz Kamiński. The office said all of the accused had confessed to committing the acts, which also included engaging in propaganda with the goal of turning Polish sentiment against neighboring Ukraine. Poland has been one of the major donors of military equipment to Ukraine and served as a transport hub for arms coming from its Western allies. In business, the National Bureau of Statistics says the average retail price of a liter of petrol increased from 195.29 naira in October 2022 to 630 in October 2023. It's made the declaration in its petrol price watch for October 2023 released in Abuja on Wednesday. It stated that the October 2023 price of 630 naira represented a 2.92% increase over the price of 195 naira recorded in October 2022. Comparing the average price value with the previous month of September 2023, the average retail price increased by 0.71% from 626 naira. On state profiles analysis, Zamfara paid the highest average retail price of 659 naira per litre, followed by Gombe and Borno at 658 and 657 naira respectively. Conversely, Lagos, Oyo, and Delta paid the lowest average retail price at 590 naira, 592 naira, and 599 naira respectively. In entertainment, veteran Nollywood actor Hanks Anuku has disclosed he is currently battling with depression. Anuku has been in the news with reports and clips of him raising concerns about his appearance and well-being. Opening up on his predicament in a video via his Instagram page, the veteran actor explained that he drinks due to depression but does not take hard drugs. The actor further stated that he has been jobless and unable to care for his kids. And in sports, LeBron James claimed another piece of NBA history on Tuesday, becoming the first player to break the 39,000-point barrier as the Los Angeles Lakers routed the Utah Jazz to reach the knockout stage of the league's new in-season tournament. The 38-year-old, needing just 5 points to reach the milestone heading into the game, etched his name into the record books with a three-pointer in the first quarter of a 131-99 Lakers win. James, who passed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar last season to become the NBA's all-time leading scorer, saluted the crowd as his achievement was announced. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
Cerebral palsy is a condition that results from a damage to a part of the brain that controls motor movement. Cerebral itself talks about brain, and palsy talks about muscles. So put the two together, we're looking at a situation where that part of the brain that sends motor signals to parts of the body that need to move your muscles is damaged. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's totally dead, which is why you find people affected in the various ways. But it just means that the individual is unable to control optimally the movements of his or her muscles.
It's a disorder that affects the movement, the posture, or the tone of an individual, usually as a result of a damage or an injury that's been done to a developing immature brain. Usually would occur before, something occurs before birth, while the baby is still in the womb, where for some others it occurs around birth. Standard definition usually covers the time of the birth, the time of the child being in the womb, to about a maximum of 3 years old. Simply put, it means there's a damage or injury to this brain that is still developing that results in a dysfunction in movement of that child, or the posture or the tone. When we say tone, we're referring to how rigid or how flexible that child or the group of muscles is in that child. So it depends on the extent of the damage. That will also determine the extent of the symptoms you will see in that child as regards to movement, posture, and tone. For most cerebral palsies, we don't get to diagnose them until the child is an infant. The infant that's between delivery to about 1 year old, and for some preschool, because that's where you get to start seeing the signs and the symptoms of them. If you have a child before the age of 1 that is predominant, already has the preference of what handedness they're going to be, that could be a red flag. Ideally, most children start to choose what hand they decide to use above 1 year. So if you have an infant who already decides, who's already choosing, who's preferring to use one side of the body over the other, that gives you a red flag that this child could have cerebral palsy.
The concept of cerebral palsy is wrapped in mystery, so to speak, as not so much is still known about the condition.
What causes cerebral palsy? There could be genetic abnormality in the development of this brain. So for the child, there is no injury, so to speak, from the outside. It is just a dysfunction in the genetic makeup of the development of the brain. So the child is born with that defect already, and then there's a problem with the muscle tone, with the rigidity, with the posture. While for some mothers, it could be as a result of an infection to the mother while being pregnant of the child, and then that affects the development of the baby. Commonly, we have viruses like herpes virus affecting the mother, measles, rubella, and Zika virus. If the infection affects the mother to a point where it is transferred to the child, it could, in some cases, lead to a malfunction in the development of that child, in the brain of that child, which could now show up later on as a defect in the muscle tone. Also, around the delivery of the baby, tenuous and strenuous delivery process, prolonged ones, where the child there's an issue with the delivery of oxygen to the brain. The developing brain, the neonate or the new baby's brain cannot survive without oxygen. It is highly dependent on oxygen. So if there's a delay in the delivery of oxygen during the resuscitation of the child, or the separation of the child from the mother, or during the delivery, it depends. For example, when the child is not well positioned and coming out during the process, that could lead to a delay or a disruption in the flow of oxygen to that brain, and then we could have a damage to the brain. For some babies also, the pregnancy was fine, there was no genetic problem, and then delivery also fine. Then they get infected either by meningitis, by bacteria that cause meningitis or encephalitis. Meningitis is an infection that affects the covering of the brain, or encephalitis is an infection that infects the brain substance. That also could lead to a damage to that brain because it's still developing, and then the aftermath is seen as cerebral palsy affecting the posture, the movements of that child.
This condition is not contagious, it is not infectious, and it has no cure.
Once we accept our limits, we go beyond them is a popular saying of Albert Einstein. Same is the story of Tobiloba Ajayi, a Nigerian lawyer called to bar at 23, a solicitor, an author, and advocate living with cerebral palsy. Toby's life exemplifies the possibility for every child with disability to achieve their life's dreams and biggest goals.
I like to say that I'm a disability management advocate with a special focus on inclusive education for children with cerebral palsy. And people ask me, like, why cerebral palsy? And I always say, well, the answer is pretty simple. It's because I live with cerebral palsy myself. When I was about 3, I got enrolled into the educational system. I went through primary school. I actually went through the Gifted Children's Program, which is like for the really smart kids. Yeah. And in 2011, I went off to get a master's in international law. And in the process, I wrote my first book, then wrote 2 more books after that. So I'm a 3-time published author. And then in 2016, I got on the Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders, and I did get on the Yali Network for West African Leaders in 2015, and then I did get on the Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders in 2016.
Cerebral palsy is a disorder of movement and posture. It is a medical condition, but there are myths around it.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize, because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature. If we don't understand something, we have to find a way to explain it. So it's either we make it a stigma issue, we make it a religious issue, we make it a demonic issue. A parent reached out to me earlier this week and said they are calling her child a snake. And I was just like, oh gosh, here we go again with this ignorance that is a part of our culture. It's just ridiculous.
In Nigeria, more than 100,000 cases of cerebral palsy are recorded yearly, reports say. 1 in every 4 children is diagnosed with the condition. Sadly, both our society and government have no adequate provisions to care for people with this condition as yet.
Our government does not have a working policy as to the management of people with disabilities generally. Now, do we have written policies? Yes, Lagos State has Lagos State Special Persons Law that was passed in 2011 that was supposed to protect the rights of persons with disabilities in Lagos State. The question is that, does that policy work? The answer is not really. Do we even have a federal law? No. We're still chasing that one across the National Assembly since 2008 or something. It's still there. It has not been passed yet. But even the state laws that have been passed can be enforced better, can be implemented better, but they are not.
Like Toby, Bisola is raising a child with same condition and, of course, not without the challenges and issues of stigmatization.
I've had issue with my families, saying, okay, you're the only one in this family that has given birth to a child with disability. People will tell you that it's your sin, or it's the sin of your forefathers that you are bearing. People would, come at you. They practically attack you. You can't take your child with disability out without having a stare. People stare at you like, why are you bringing this child out? This child, you should just go and lock him up. There are people that would advise you that, you can actually get medical assistance to terminate his life. Have him killed and all that. School environment is an environment where everybody comes to, where children actually learn socialization. And that is his first contact to experiencing the real world. And I discovered that they would put him in a dark corner in the school and lock the room. I go to work, I come back, where's my son, where's my son? They would go to the corner and bring him out. So I observed over a period of time, and I realized that, this isn't what I'm looking for. People say a lot, and it can be painful, especially the persons that are the closest to you, When they look at your son and then they say, okay, where do you get this one from? What kind of thing is this? Abirun, Obanje, all these words. So they even make gesture of the kind of child that you've given birth to.
Helen Obiageli Oshikoya, child development clinician, has identified a gap in our society.
There's actually a school health policy of 2006, which is endorsed by UNICEF, which actually says that children should be tested, physically and mentally before going into school and subsequent to when they're actually in school. So this system allows us to create an inclusive educational system. It doesn't matter if the child actually does have a disability, the child should be given the opportunity to actually go into school.
Every child, not just cerebral palsy children, every child can learn. But some of them learn differently. What that means is that as parents, as educators, we can't put them all in one basket. We must meet them, engage, prepare the child for inclusion. We must sort out the children in special education to see that, yes, they have reached a level of what we call independent living, and they have also shows a level of intellectual acuity, which means they can fit into a normal class. Then we now have to make sure that even the class, those are the students and the teachers, are prepared to accept this strange-looking person.
I do appreciate the fact that because parents don't understand things, the tendency is that they are afraid of things. So what we try to do is that subsequent to, before the screening starts in that school, we have like a parent workshop whereby we can educate the parents, make them understand it is a policy, and make them understand that the screening might not apply to your child, but there are children that have issues and the parents don't know how to go about it and are, quote unquote, in denial. This helps them to face the fact, because the earlier you start, the better the outcome.
Today, Toby lives challenging the notion that those living with cerebral palsy cannot learn. She started a project called Let CP Kids Learn with one vision: to see a Nigeria where children with cerebral palsy are offered inclusive mainstream education as a first option, as a right, not as the exception that currently exists in our society. Benga Ayodada has a brother with cerebral palsy. He shares the vital role of siblings in supporting a family member living with the condition.
When we got to know, we became more tolerant of him, because there's some things that we did, the reaction to him, and those things that I did were because of his condition. But now that we knew better, that it's not his fault, we learned to empathize with him, like help him when he's walking, he's stumbling or he's wobbling, we quickly step in and help him. All of those things, we're still giving him tough love, but we became more tolerant of his excesses.
Tobiloba is someone you want to know for her abilities and not her disability.
She's a talker, as you may already know. So it was easy to look beyond that. She could do a lot of things herself. She was in the hostel for the 3 years she spent in my school, in SS1 to 3. She has definitely beaten all the odds that I think most people face.
In the end, disability is a matter of perception. If you can do one thing well, you are needed by someone, and the world needs more people standing tall above disability. In African countries, including Nigeria, albinos are classified amongst the vulnerable groups of society, which includes people living with various kinds of physical disabilities.
Being an albino, it's not really easy, but at times I enjoyed it, because I remember back then when they would give us some work to do in school. Because of my color, my father will be angry that they ask me to follow the other students, the other children, and do the work in the field. So most of the times I did not follow them and work. As I was growing up, it was not easy because at times when coming back from school, those in the afternoon, in the morning she would take me to school, and in the afternoon she would come pick me back with umbrella.
The prevalence rate of albinism in Nigeria is ranked amongst the highest in the world, with an estimated figure of over 2 million albinos living in the country. By implication, people with albinism in Nigeria represent one of the largest vulnerable groups in the country today.
The UN model to disability is either social, physical, intellectual. That's the 3 major categories. And what's the definition? Is any permanent impairment which somebody have that will not allow him or her to operate on equal basis with others. And that means if you can run. If I'm on a wheelchair, I cannot compete with you because of the condition. And it's now permanent. I'm permanent on a wheelchair. Of course, we have temporary disability and we have permanent disability. And according to the UN, which is an international, if the UN redefines, then we will know. Say it's physical, it is intellectual, it can also be social. There's another one. Mental. Physical, mental, intellectual, and social. Okay. And any physical, permanent physical, social, intellectual, or mental condition that is permanent, that will not allow anybody to operate in the society on equal basis with others. That is in terms of employment, in terms of education, in terms of healthcare, in terms of job. Okay. On albinism, our skin is susceptible to cancer far higher than yours. That is physical. If an albino is exposed to the sun over a period of 10 years, there is a 90% chance, 95% chance. Of course, we are saying that there are different classifications of albinism depending on the melanin level. Melanin is what protects your skin from the sun by natural. So we have people who acquired disability, but naturally we came out into this earth. That is why we are not persons living with albinism, we are persons with albinism. So we came out to this world without enough melanin, and sometimes it can be very low. I do have, but it's very low. Depending on how white the skin, the hair, that is how you notify it. So by that condition, if I go under the sun and do marketing with you for 10 years, almost nothing will happen. Of course, you see, you'll be darker. But the sun will burn my skin. And it can lead me to cancer, which is extremely costly. That is on the physical.
Children constitute about 40% of this population spread across all the states in Nigeria. We visit the Udo Chukus, where 3 of their children are albinos. What is life for them, you may wonder.
When I was pregnant, I never knew I would give birth to an albino child. But when I gave birth to my first daughter, albino, I don't take it as if it is anything. I did not know they have another word. I don't know. But I know everything. The child is child.
First of all, children is a gift from God. So whether albino or not albino, children is children. And we thank God that God giving us these children, and in spite of the fact that albinos, to maintain them is very difficult based on what they use and the challenges of them going to school and dealing with sun. So it has not been easy. Us as a parents handling them. Challenges we have as a parents, we be afraid that based on rumors we are hearing of people using albinos for rituals or so. So sometimes if they go to school, we be afraid whether anything will happen to them. But at the same time, we still pray that God should protect them. The other one is what they use. Their cream, the soup is very, very expensive. And this time around that this COVID-19 has affected every sector. Like presently, like me, as your dad, it affected my own job. You know, that's not been easy for me to take care of them.
At times, I felt bad. It's her school. If she's going to school, if she comes back, I want to cross-check her book. There are some things I don't get. I'll ask her why. She said she did not see those things, those spaces. She did not see what was on the board. I said, why didn't you go close? She said everybody was shouting, oh, you go out from the road, oh, you go out from the road. I said, are you not sitting at the front? She said she's sitting at the front with your glasses. And again, you are not staying seeing. So at times, even when she comes back, I'll see her body red. I'll go to the school, I'll quarrel, I'll rake. They say they've been trying to hold Oyibo is that if she sees her mates playing, she's not really happy that she's alone in the class. If the teacher, they remove their face, and before you know, Oyibo is inside the song.
There are two types of albinism. Type 1 is oculocutaneous albinism, which is the pigment is lacking in the eyes, in the skin, and hair. This type of albinism is more prevalent. Type 2 is ocular albinism, which is much less common and involves lack of pigment only in the eyes. People who have ocular albinism have generally normal skin and hair color. Many even have normal eye appearance. Despite their stated vulnerability and strength in number, and unlike other vulnerable groups in Nigeria, albinos least enjoy the same level of special attention, security, and support from governments at all levels in the country, it would seem. Statistics show that over 600,000 Nigerians with albinism suffer discrimination from their families, schoolmates, and even peers.
Some people start being discriminated or face discrimination right from their home. You see parents, the reports we get. I didn't experience that in my house, and that's what helped me. I didn't experience discrimination in my house. So you see a child, when the mother is going out, lock the child in the door in the house. When they are in the church together, or in the market together, or in somewhere together, in an event together, they want to start going, and the mother will tell the child, oh yeah, go there and wait for me. So the child already feeling, not understanding the challenges she's facing. Of course, knows she's facing short vision, the burn of the skin. But for the father, the mom said, what are you looking for? In the presence, I said, go and get out of this place. It's free, it happens. You walk on the road most of the time in the night. You will not fear as I will fear. Because of that institutionalized stigma, like I've named that, our ladies, it is 3 times easier for a young dark-skinned lady to get married than an albino lady. They will have the same qualification. Maybe even the albino lady will be more beautiful, or maybe have more, you know, what they call all those packaging and all that. But just for the fact that she's an albino, the social orientation of that community, in 10 years, in 20 years, when we are done with the social, we have used a lot of sensitization and reorientation to bring down this stigma. When we call it institutionalized, that means in 90% of the cases you'll be discriminated.
Chidinma recalls her job hunting days and how she was denied an opportunity just because of the color of her skin.
We were like 3 girls. They took those 2 and still request for extra 1 person. They said the kind of food we eat is different. Our cream and everything about us are very expensive that they cannot afford it. I was like, what kind of food again do we eat? I don't know. We eat normal food. The woman said, no, we don't have money. I beg, oh, please, oh, come and be going. I felt bad. In fact, I cried as I was going because I know I can do the job very well.
However, in spite of the color of their skin, they remain comfortable in themselves while acknowledging what may appear as their peculiar challenges.
I use this to see, just like this. to see whether I can see what is written in the board.
Being an albino has been both blessings and there have been challenges. The color is one of the unique things about us. You don't want to be related with because you are white, and you also want to be related with because you are white. Some people already have this phobia for you being white, and so in some cases it will see as a disadvantage. People might not want to do businesses with you, especially for the business owners. But for some people who want to do business with you because they are seeing a different kind of person, they've not met an albino before, they've not experienced an albino before, they want to see how this person thinks, how this person works. They want to, it's a blessing, it's paves way.
Being an albino have also helped me a lot. There are several places that I've been to that I couldn't, if not because I'm an albino, I wouldn't have been able to get to that stage, get to that place. So, yeah, it's true I'm an albino, but I love being an albino. I just ask God to help me with life, strength, because I know that apart from the sun and the sight, there is nothing else that if I want to achieve with my life that I cannot achieve.
I think the light clicked on me when I was doing marketing in a particular day. When a man told me something spectacular, I said, "You are peculiar. Use your color to make money." So before then, of course, the reality is and has been that there are so much challenges that persons with albinism face. That is stigma, pressure. At times, it even makes you to begin to doubt yourself. So when the man told me that, look, I was merchandising something, saying you are peculiar or you are spectacular. Use your color to make money. So, and that showed me that there is an angle you can begin to consider. It means that you have to work hard. It also means that there are possibilities that you can go without allowing the pressures that was then.
I don't see myself different from them. It's just a difference of color. I'm blessed just as they also are blessed.
Grace is a teacher, and while schools are on lockdown as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, she has her little lesson class going on.
Make sure you can write what I can read. Please write very well and make your letters bold and your numbers bold so that I can go through it. Thank you. Hurry up.
And her story is not any different.
Sometimes when you're walking around the street, you see little children following you about, singing so many kind of funny songs about albinism. Some will call you Oyibo Pepper, some that doesn't eat pepper, you don't take salt. Some will be singing all funny kinds of songs for you. But well, I don't do anything. I don't get angry. I will just walk away because I know I am unique, I am special and beautifully made. I'm just like them, but a difference of color. So an albino, being an albino is a blessing to me and also to my family.
She have accommodation problem, then I decided to take her in to come and live with us. So since then, she has been so nice. I have never seen, they are saying people are bad or albino, they do that, but on her own side, I didn't see anything like that. Every albino will be like her. Honestly, I would like to have albino.
While they lived their lives as best as they could, they also acknowledged the so many myths about them and somewhat unkind words thrown at them sometimes.
I still keep hearing people say, "Owolele you." This is money on daily basis in the streets of Lagos, but it doesn't used to impact me the way it used to. You know, reason being that I've actually understood that I don't think that anybody can have that power and influence to harm me if I have not hurt him.
When I'm walking on the road, the people, the Yorubas, they will say, "Owore, Owore," meaning this one is money, this one is money. I was like, what is this?
How do I become money for them? Some say yes, if you use this one for money ritual, you make money. Well, it doesn't affect me, it doesn't discourage me.
My fear for the children at times is mostly Yoruba friends. They say, don't let your children to go outside because of people that are all these ritualists, they do this. Then when I was staying at Ikotu, I didn't take it as anything because I go to Yoruba church and they used to tell me, so I'm always careful. But when I came here, I said, this area is Igbo domain. But I still thank God. A neighbor nearly did that, which somebody caught.
Moving around in the night, I personally did not like it. Not because I'm an albino, but just because I don't like it. Then in some areas that I stay, I remember where I was working before, the owner of the place told me that I should not move out once it's 6 o'clock. I was like, why? What happened? He said that they will use me for money ritual. I was scared. In fact, I was scared of the man, so I left the place because for him to just tell me that on my first day, I was so scared. Made this man not even come and use me for the money ritual.
And away from all of these, I asked them about relationships as well.
In the area of relationship, well, it's not been easy, indeed. Well, people don't easily accept people like with albinism. Well, I happened to meet a friend. We were together, but along the line, he quit. Since I started growing up, I've been seeing different kinds of people. But there is one person that amazed me most. He's a black. When I met him, he told me that that he has signed that without person living with albinism, he has nothing to do with any other person. It really, really encouraged me. It made me feel happy.
I'm in the good market now, Abby. So I hope to be in a relationship soon. But I have not considered this a problem, okay? For me, I don't believe everybody should like me. No. Not because I'm an albino.
Anyways, in terms of relationship, at times, like in the past, I was dating someone that I thought I would end up with, but the family of the guy, because I'm an albino, they said no. And that kind of thing has been happening several times in my life. So at a time, I have to accept it this way. In fact, I don't want it to make me feel weak. Because I know, I take it that this is what life, what my fate, this is how it is with me, so I have to take it. Yes, I cannot go to their mind to change their mindset or tell them how good I am. I believe if they want me, they'll be patient to know who I am instead of judging with my color. I intend to get married someday, but for now, I'm in a relationship right now.
But among these children, there is seeming no discrimination at all. Grace tells me singing is one of her hobbies, and she sang this song with a message in it.
No matter your tradition, we are one. No matter your culture, we are one. No matter your tribe, we are one. Let's come together as one. No matter your language, we are one. No matter your family, we are one. Whether rich or poor, we are one. Let's come together as one.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of
not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach. All right. The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein. Okay. So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach, recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically, it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs, or certain chemical substances that are erosive, okay, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it, and you see you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get then straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for an example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right, so you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach. Many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's URABREATH test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain. You have pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headache. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
Malnutrition is one of the most serious global development issues, stalling millions of individuals, families, and countries from reaching full potential. Unfortunately, Nigeria is plagued by this problem more than anywhere else in sub-Saharan Africa, according to a communique released by the Nigeria Food Processing and Nutrition Leadership Forum. Same communique reveals that 1 in 3 children suffers from chronic malnutrition, which is an underlying cause of over 50% of child mortality in Nigeria. And so, failure to address malnutrition would have continued negative impact on not only the health and well-being of Nigerians, but on its economic growth, prosperity, and stability.
It is against this backdrop that leaders of the Nigerian food processing industry, government development partners came together at the Food Processing Nutrition Leadership Forum to review available data and identify the need for urgent action to improve levels of quality staple food fortification nationally.
From the outcome of the meeting that we have just held with the CEOs and the regulatory agencies, and of course government, what has come out is that there should be stronger enforcement, even to the point of name and shame for those who do not fortify their products. Also they've requested for government support in the issues of smuggling, because a lot of smuggled foods that come into the country are not fortified.
Food fortification, which is the process of adding micronutrients to food, was identified by World Health Organization and Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations as the second of 4 strategies to begin decreasing the incidence of nutrient deficiency at the global level. To help achieve this in Nigeria, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation plays a vital role through its partnerships.
Here we are supporting both technical assistance to companies so that if they have technical issues in trying to fortify foods, they can be resolved. And we're also supporting the government in independent monitoring to ensure that indeed industries are complying with the standards that have been set by the government.
According to a UNICEF report, 37% of children in Nigeria, or 60 million children, are stunted, chronically malnourished, with more than half of that number in severe conditions. This dire situation calls for urgent response in the provision of fortified foods as well as technical support.
Our task is to ensure that these industries have all the information they need, all the technical expertise they need. We provide all the technical support that they require. The second component of this project is helping to develop the enabling environment. And that means working with government departments, NAFDAC, SON, Consumer Protection Council, in ensuring that they can effectively monitor and enforce food fortification.
As the government and key industry players in food processing sectors seek to profile lasting solutions, emphasis on sensitization is made and call for compliance by relevant bodies.
Maybe the government should help in taking out the payment of duty on the premix, the nutrients. And I think because it is a health issue, I'm 100% sure that the government will not really say no to removing that, whether it's 5 or 10%.